I know to stay in on that.
All right, okay.
No. No.
What do you want to know about start your engines? Okay.
Nelson's going to go check. Yes, he is. Yeah, that'd be great. Nelson, you can hear Neil, right?
Yes, I can. I can hear you, Neil.
Okay,
I'll be darned. Who else should go on this list among the NASCAR people?
We'd like to welcome the Motorsports Consultant for Anheuser-Busch, Mr. Ned Jarrett.
Huh?
Thank you very much, Andy, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Busch, the official beer of NASCAR, has been the proud sponsor of the Busch Coal Award since 1978. Busch pays $2,500 to the driver who wins the Busch Coal Award at each race, and then, of course, he's automatically entered into the Busch Clash the following year. Busch also pays $30,000 in coal cash to the driver who wins the most coal during the season. Mark Martin.
Got it, Neil. No, I just happen to be by Jerry's right now.
He's standing by me, so he's talking to you. Okay, so you'll cue gentlemen start. Don't get nervous, Nelson.
Nervous Nelson.
Nervous Nelly. What's that?
Okay.
How's the blimp shot look?
Yeah, is that working, Neil?
Oh, really?
Which one? Richard?
Boy, we sure were blessed with good weather, weren't we?
Hey, listen, this according to Nelson here, Nelson says that they just said on the radio is that Richard Petty, Greg Sachs, and Mike Wallace will all be put in the back of the field for missing driver introductions. Is that what they said?
That's what they said.
Okay. You heard it from...
They'll do it on the pace lap.
Okie doke. So that's what's going to happen, guys.
Richard, Greg, and Mike, right?
Richard, Mike, and... Sachs. Sachs.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We're on the air at 12:30. We're on the
So
air
am I.
at
Goodbye.
12:30.
I'm going to the bathroom. See ya.
No, Jenkins can't do that.
Swap this out right before you go on the air. So in about 10 minutes, I'll do that. Actually, it's 20 after. Is it really? All right, let me swap this battery and I'll go get a new one. All right.
Take care, John. As long as it holds for the open, we'll be okay.
Hey, Mel, how you doing, sir? I can't move. Come on, good to see you. Good to see you, sir. 53 car? Who owns that car? Martin Brain. He's here right now. I'll write the name down here right quick. I'll give you I've got my card. I need to put it on my paper here. Anyway, so it's from Ireland. Yeah? Still just. Can you hear? I'm hearing fine. Yeah. Still just motor. It's still just car. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What's green flag? 35 or 40? I think it's 40. It's 40.
The Hindenburg is going down. Oh, it's doing another flip.
Neil, this is just like the Super Bowl. It's all over. It's just gonna crash.
Here it goes.
You better check those guys, make sure the liability's all set.
I think the camera's gone. There it goes. There goes some more.
There's some more of them. Here goes part of it down over the garage area.
Oh, what is it? That's a small blip. Look at it.
Good picture there now.
Should be using that.
Whoever's monitoring.
Oh, look out!
That's great. Yeah, really. Could have seriously hurt someone.
No, the camera came down, I think. I think the camera was gone because it was on that bottom section. And it wasn't there when I...
Well, we don't have to worry about that, huh? We get through.
Yeah, Friday will be fine.
It's right here.
There's the pre-race look from the Visionary flip with the new Steadicam.
Oh, here it is, yeah. Visionaire. It was 50 feet long and 20 feet tall. It was tethered. It is tethered.
Big race fan, they're going to turn the race on Steve.
All right, great. I'll try to do everything I can. Sometime today we'll try to get that in for you. Be happy to.
Oh, good.
That's why they never use flips
Oh my God, that's. I don't think.
Is the static cleared up in my? Okay. It's still clicky. All right. Well, there's.
Let's go to Plan B here.
They're working down here. Yeah, they put another.
Are they?
Okay. Yeah.
There's the wing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, blimps are fine when the wind doesn't blow. It's like races are great when it doesn't rain. What a philosopher, huh?
You are. You really come up with some dandies there, Punch. Guess they're not stopping there.
This guy's been working on my backside for about 20 minutes. I'm beginning to get a little nervous.
I'm bringing home part of the blend.
Are you about done?
Have a good show, guys.
Thanks, Wild Man. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Guys, thank you.
Enjoy the race, Mark.
I slip during the race.
Okay. We'll see you in New York, eh?
Yeah.
Good. Good. You're going to be in New York, aren't you? Good.
Ed, thanks for the great season. Have a great show.
Thanks for coming.
Pleasure. I apologize, I got a bell out there. I've got to, we'll talk next week. I'll give you a call when I'm back in. I'll be back in on Wednesday. So I'll give you a buzz. All right?
Next one will be outtakes. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm trying to get there. You done?
Here I am.
How you doing? Clam eating lately?
No, no clam.
You're gonna act out.
No, I had.
That's fine.
Still everybody about Leroy?
That's all good. Yeah, really.
Did you see it when that mighty ship fell down?
I don't want to even worry about it.
That mighty ship.
Well, Neil called it the Hindenburg yesterday, and he was pretty close. There wasn't any fire, but... yeah.
They do. They got it replayed from a couple of angles.
I'm gonna call Frank.
We want to talk about a new tradition here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Lee, happy to hear you sing Georgia on My Mind.
How's that for picking the worst possible spot? They got 15, don't they, too? Is that Lee Greenwood?
Anybody talk to you before about where you're supposed to be? Send me down here. Well, if you want to do it here, that's fine.
Is that Lee Greenwood there? What are you smiling about? Wipe that grin off your face.
You know, that was a Linger group. That was a Linger group deal. You know, you see that? You see that thing that put together that whole thing. Okay. It's you haven't seen it at all.
Nope.
27 seconds, and then the two sounds.
Okay.
But it's just
the
sign, zoom out.
Okay.
The last lap. Elliott wins. Victory lane.
Sure.
Who's left?
Let me know how much time we have.
Right, it's roughly 12:41.
Mark give you this one.
No, that's what I know. I'll be 10 minutes fast.
Okay, and I've got the U.S. Nashville. We have invitation.
I don't see money.
That's because Kenny didn't make up the starting grid.
I want to tell you what I'm going to say. I think it's more
thought you guys left. I'd like to have it Friday. Would we have it that long? Because I'm having company come in the weekend. Ooh, boy, would that be impressive. I haven't heard it. No, apparently we won't. We haven't heard
Who should I take?
Let me help you, Randy.
Let's help you out. Actually, I was going to go with Dave Marcus.
Well, that's not a bad pick.
How you doing, Reverend? Good to see you. How about Morgan Shepherd?
Defending champion.
I got him in the other pool.
Take Jeff Bodine, Randy. Take him, and then if you win, we can split the money.
Why?
Because I recommended him.
No. Neil, what time do you figure
He's
we're going to actually have start your engines?
No kid. Jeff Bodine.
It's hard to hear with everybody else on the queue. Let Nelson, because the Speedway people are here with Nelson now. They need to know.
What time will the start your engines be projected at this time?
Is that some sort of plagiarism? Oh, I know it was one of those. Plagiarism.
For start.
We're letting Randy make picks, so.
Would you like it would be what's going to cost $10.
That is for gentlemen start your engines. Good.
You're getting to know Randy now.
Thanks. We're sitting in this RJR meeting, and all of a sudden something goes wrong. Well, how'd that happen? Everyone, including Langner, points at me. Fishman did it. He did it. Fishman did it.
I talked to Hunter about that.
You did? Did you mention that?
Yeah.
What did he say?
First of all, he said that it was fun to work with you guys because you have dropped in things to the script that, you know, have made people ask questions when everybody knew was in fun. But you got him on the Ferrari thing because he didn't know anything.
He had no idea that was going to be. He was like, what's your nigger? Wayne was, what's it, Hell's Sister? Who's doing this? And Hunter's sitting there. Jerry, what do you do this for? Then they breezed over it. 20 minutes later, they come back to it.
Yeah.
Who
Now
did
let's
put
talk
that
about
in?
that
Let's
again.
talk about that again. Everyone at once. Okay. Should I go with Jeff? Is that what you're saying I should do?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your contribution, Randy. Gambling.
So that means that there'll be a barn on the left and a small store on the right. You'll see Hampton Road. And to the right, it stops sign on Manhattan. And all of these things measured. And then you're on your own. You're at your own. Okay.
You need a barrel? Okay. I might have one.
Have a good show, guys.
See ya.
Something like that.
Give yourselves a great big hand.
Give it up, Neil. Give it up.
Well,
Tell the story. They're going to do a close-up.
hello to all of our satellite viewers. Ned is back. We're all in position and ready to go.
Yeah. Eddie so-and-so says spark your lasers.
On the East Coast. Or is it the West Coast? Yeah. As we conclude another year of Winston Cup racing and ESPN coverage, we depart from our normal salute to the season and the drivers. In cooperation with whoever it was, and Mike Powell, a longtime crew member who's also a fine country singer, we salute the men behind the wheel. Is it Richard Carpenter, you say, production? Okay.
They can hear me, and they're going to walk past me and move in slowly on Bill.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good.
Neil, how long before they how long are they going to warm up on pit road before they roll?
And Polygram Island, what? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
They were asking here in the Bill Elliott's, they wanted to leave the window net down for us, which would be nice of them to get a good shot of Bill's face, but they were concerned about how long will they be on pit road before they roll off. And they may not have time to. Okay. No, it's nice. It's nice. Because if so they'll be down to me before that, right? Okay, all right. David, who said they're going to put there about 2 minutes and move up? But, you know, whatever you folks feel comfortable with, fine. We'll go with your way. As soon as they crank, you do about 10 minutes. We need to trying to put them when they settle. Yeah, we need to settle after this and that. That's fine. You know, whatever you think, whenever you feel like it needs to go up, you put it up. Our camera guy will try to come around as best we can. I don't understand. No, we don't want to mess it up.
I'm here. Kenny's taking care of some business.
Taking care of business.
We was all set to sing then, that wasn't it, Jenkins?
And I was ready. I've been practicing since your place.
Yeah, me too.
Oh well. We'll have to get together sometime this winter and kick up our heels a little bit.
That sounds like a good idea.
I hope the bus is still there.
I didn't notice any smoke coming from over there.
Sure, that's your
Blues. That's right. That's right. The invocation, they went up.
Where's all those people in the back grandstand?
Yeah.
That's a reserve stand, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
I thought.
Yep. They didn't all show up, did they?
Evidently not. Maybe that's who all the people are in the pits.
Yeah. They all got pit passes.
Are you hearing a popping?
Yep,
in your head?
I am too. Yep. We're supposed to be hearing a popping sound in our head.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
We're down here.
Oh, Mikey. Mikey and Clem on break.
It was fun.
To win his 5th Winston Cup, all Dale Earnhardt has to do is get to his car, start it, and make one lap in today's race. But in the garage area this week, 2 teams have pulled out all stops to steal the championship from Dale. Those efforts have been thwarted. Dale is in his car, ready for the next step. The command has been given and the engines have been fired. Now, the next step is Earnhardt just making one lap. If he does, the cup will be his. He'll win his 5th Winston Cup title and the $1 million bonus. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. Today, live from Atlanta Motor Speedway, it's the last race of the 1991 Winston Cup season, the Hardee's 500. Atlanta Motor Speedway, which is sold out for today's race, is undergoing a tremendous facelift. Already a new high-rise grandstand is in place, seating 21,000 spectators. And above that, some suites where you can watch the race in luxury. Other improvements are planned here in the coming years. We came here 10 years ago for our first live telecast of a Winston Cup race on ESPN, and we are delighted to be back for today's finale. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Jenkins, and welcome to Atlanta. Well, the championship is all but decided. Dale Earnhardt, if he completes one lap, will win the Cup and the $1 million bonus. But as we take a look at the point standings, you can see that there's a tremendous battle for second place in the standings between Davey Allison and Ricky Rudd. That, too, and other positions will be decided here this afternoon. One driver who has been disappointed many times during the season isn't even in the top 10 of the point standings. He is 11th coming into today's race. A very emotional time for Bill Elliott, but he'll start on the pole for today's event. With more on that, here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Thank you, Bob. After an atypically lackluster season, it seems only appropriate that Bill Elliott would come to his home track here at Atlanta, Georgia, to bring down the curtain in 1991. See, after today, he bids farewell to a sponsor and car owner who stood by him for over a decade. 10 years ago, Harry Milling was convinced that this young freckle-faced country boy from nearby Dawsonville, Georgia, had the ability and desire to compete in Winston Cup racing, and all he needed was a chance. Today, Bill Elliott realized this is his last chance to repay that kindness. And what better way to say goodbye than to take them all out a winner? And as emotional as this scene was just moments ago, I've got to believe if the equipment holds together, we may get a chance to see just how awesome Bill can be. Let's go upstairs.
Jerry, the Atlanta Motor Speedway has been good to Bill Elliott over the years, and I think, too, that he will be one of those to beat today because he does have some things that he wants to settle here. But, Vinny, a lot of others have some things to settle, and I think we're in for some good, hard racing since the championship battle is not a factor today.
You know, as much excitement as the Winston Cup Championship provides, it also takes away from the race because the competitors can't get close to the guys going for the championship. How'd you like to be the guy that hits somebody and knocks them out of $1 million? You have to be careful. Today, all odds out the window. These fellas, all they're going to do is run for one thing, to try to win the race, all 40 guys.
And there are a lot of guys out there that needs to win today. Of course, we know that only one of them will get in victory lane. Some drivers will be changing teams. They want to leave the team that they have been with for several years on a good stead, and winning the race would be the best way that they could do that. You know, there was one team in 1991 that everybody expected big things of, maybe even to win the Winston Cup Championship, Mark Martin, but that didn't happen. For more on that, let's go to the pits and John Curtis.
Well, you know, Ned, last year Mark Martin came to Atlanta with a legitimate shot of winning the Winston Cup Championship. And who would have believed that we would come down to the last race here at Atlanta, and Mark is still looking for his first victory. They're changing sponsors for next year, so he wants to go out a winner today. They are going to go all out. Also, Robin Pemberton is leaving as crew chief and going to the 42 car. He says he has mixed emotions somewhat about today's race, but he wants to lead this team with a victory. And Bob Robbins says there are about a dozen cars who are really hauling it out there, so it should be a great race.
It should be great, and Mark Martin is one of 4 drivers who won last year but have not visited victory lane this year. The others are Derek Coe, Brett Bodine, and the defending champion of this event, Morgan Shepherd. Our Speed World coverage of the Hardee's 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway is being brought to you by Hardee's, by Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil, and by Chevy Trucks, the trucks you can depend on, the trucks that last. The 40-car starting lineup and the green flag in the Hardee's 500, the last race of the Winston Cup season, in just a moment. Grid track description, okay. I understand. .55 is not what it is down pit road. Welcome back to Atlanta, where the cars are on the first of 3 pace laps just before the start of this last Winston Cup race of the season. Here's the die-hard starting grid. On the pole in the Coors Light Milling Ford at 177.937 is Bill Elliott, number 9 from Dawsonville, Georgia. Outside, Jeff Bodine in the number 11 Budweiser Ford at 176.8. The second row is Ernie Irvin in the Kodak Chevrolet, car number 4. Outside of row number 2 in the Folgers Coffee Ford will be Mark Martin driving car number 6. Row number 3, the guy that's going for the championship, the GM Goodwrench Chevrolet, car number 3 from Kannapolis, North Carolina, Dale Earnhardt. And then Davey Allison, second in points. He'll be driving the number 28 Texaco Haviland Ford. The fourth row, Michael Waltrip in the Pennzoil Pontiac, car number 30, looking for his first win of the year. Outside the fourth row will be Alan Kowicki driving the number 7 Cooters Ford. Alan's from Greenfield, Wisconsin. As you look at the rest of the starting lineup, Harry Gant and Dale Jarrett side by side in row number 5, then Sterling Marlin and Kyle Petty. The cars being led, as you can see, down pit road once again. Now, the speed limit on pit road is 55 miles an hour. That's the speed that they must maintain or under in order not to be penalized by the NASCAR officials. We have a great points battle also going on in the rookie standings. Bobby Hamilton and Ted Musgrave, who you saw there in the starting lineup, is our separated by only 13 points, and they will decide who will be the Rookie of the Year. The point standings are a factor in the voting that will take place this coming week for Winston Cup Rookie of the Year. 40 cars will start today's race. On the last row, Wally Dolan back in number 90 and Joe Ruttman in car number 75. There is the Winston Cup Trophy, and in just a few moments, when Dale Earnhardt takes that green flag and comes around to complete the lap, it will be officially presented. Now let's take a look at the track that they'll be running on this afternoon. It is a little more than 1.5 miles in length. The pole speed was 177.9, and the field is separated by only a little more than 1 second. Taking a look at the track itself, the pits are located only here on the main straightaway. The turns, both the first and second and third and fourth turns, are making up about 3/4 of the racetrack. So you are in a corner a long time on this racetrack. There's the trophy being held up by Chocolate Myers and Richard Childress and the others, and they know that since the race is about to start and Dale is about to take the green flag, that he's going to win that 5th championship. Look at the tremendous crowd on hand here today. The green flag is out and we are underway with the Hardee's 500. The 5th championship for Dale Earnhardt. It's official.
Okay, the championship's behind us. Let's go racing.
Well, Bill Elliott's doing just that. He got a jump on Jeff Bodine at the drop of the green flag, but look at Davey Allison coming on.
Earnhardt on the low side of the racetrack coming out of turn 4. Bill Elliott has the advantage. Great side-by-side battle there for second position at the line. However, right now it is Mark Martin who has moved into second position, but look at the advantage that Elliott has gained already. Davey Allison looking to the inside of Jeff Bodine in corner number 3, looking for third position. Right behind Davey Allison is Ernie Irvan, who began the season with a win. Dale Earnhardt, meanwhile, is involved in a little bit of traffic.
Earnhardt's on the inside and not going very well at the beginning, Ned.
No, he's not charging, although he charged under Alan Kowicki there and got that position back, but he's not charging to the front like a lot of people expected him to. But I'll tell you, the way Bill Elliott and Mark Martin and Davey Allison are running up there, it's going to be hard to charge to the front. Look at Davey Allison now trying to move up on the Ernie Irvan car. And Irvan trying to get his Chevrolet up there around some of the Fords.
Davey Allison right now running in 5th position, and John Kernan has a comment on pit road.
Bob, in talking with the crew this morning, they said, yeah, Bill Elliott is really, really fast, but only for about 8 laps. They say they're going to hang in it, and once Bill starts to slow down after those 8 laps, they figured they could catch him. They say they're going all out. This is the same car that they won 2 weeks ago at Phoenix. They didn't even plan to run it here, but when they pulled it off the truck and checked it out, Davey said, hey, this is it. They had planned on running 007, but that's no secret agent thing right now, I guess, Bob. Whatever I was trying to say.
Well, Davey right now watches a good battle just ahead of him for third position as Ernie Irvan in car number 4 and Jeff Bodine in number 11 go at it wheel to wheel. Irvan grabs the slight advantage coming out of turn number 2, and Allison moves down alongside Jeff Bodine.
Jeff Bodine seems to have a little bit of a problem keeping his car down in the turns. The Budweiser Ford number 11 going a little high. That leaves an opening down there for both Ernie Irvan and Davey Allison to get by.
Ned, we said at the beginning we thought we was going to see a great race, and so far these fellas are really going at it.
Earnhardt back in 7th position behind Michael Waldrop, and Dr. Jerry Punch has a report on pit road.
Gentlemen, Dale Earnhardt has dropped back a couple of spots at the beginning of the race. I just spoke with the crew. They said that they think the car is a little bit tight. These are the tires they qualified on. The car was a little tight for qualifying. According to the forecast, they were expecting it to be a little bit warmer today, although I can't believe you could have any prettier day for racing at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Earnhardt finding a tight race car, but that should rectify itself in about 10 laps. Back upstairs.
Yeah, maybe a little cooler than forecast, and maybe even a little more sunny, because they had predicted showers for Sunday a couple of days ago, but now they say the showers, if they arrive at all today, it won't be until quite late this evening. So we have an afternoon of excitement in store for you in the 29th race of the Winston Cup season.
Fellas, I've been watching Kyle Petty in the Mellow Yellow Pontiac. When he's going through turns 3 and 4, he's been having some trouble. Now, he's by himself this time. He's been in there with some other cars. Let's see how he negotiates the turn this time. Well, he looks pretty good this time around, but the last 2 or 3 times around, he has been sideways through that turn. Maybe he's got it squared away now.
He's in 15th position, Kyle Petty.
Of course, he'll have a new crew chief next year. Robin Pemberton will be the crew chief on that car, and Gary Nelson will leave to go to work for NASCAR.
He will become the technical director for NASCAR. Now we see Mark Martin closing in on Bill Elliott. So perhaps what John Kernan said earlier about Elliott running fast only for about 8 laps, this will complete lap number 10. But Mark Martin is certainly closing in on Bill. And John Kernan can tell us about the situation regarding Kyle Petty. John?
Well, Bob, Kyle has radioed in and told Gary Nelson that the car is pushing just a bit on him right now. Gary says they anticipated the temperatures to be just a little bit cooler than they are. It's a little bit warm right down here on the track surface. They say it's nothing they can't live with for right now, and they should be able to adjust it at the first stop.
Well, we mentioned in our track description that about 3/4 of this racetrack is corner, and boy, you got to have a handling race car to get around here well.
Each corner is a half mile in length, and each straightaway only a quarter mile. But the problem is that half mile, as you come off the corner, you really, truly, you're halfway down the straightaway before you really can lean back and relax. So you're right, about 3/4 of the race is spent in a strain.
Now, to figure that out, it really would be 2/3. Half a mile each turn and a half a mile straightaway, a mile and a half track. Just get the record straight.
Okay.
He's correct nerve math now, Bob.
Mine.
Well, I thought since it's early in the race, we better get that straight before we got too deep into this. But it is. There's a tremendous physical strain on the drivers and on the chassis of the car. And test everything.
Elliott continues to lead with Mark Martin in second position. We'll show you the top 10 here as we have completed now 10 laps of this 328 lap event. Ernie Irvin third, Davey Allison fourth, and Jeff Bodine running in fifth position, 6 through 10. Michael Waltrip, then Earnhardt, Alan Kowicki, Harry Gant, and Sterling Marlin. Today, ESPN is presenting the Right Guard Halfway Challenge. The driver leading at the halfway lap will win a $10,000 reward from Right Guard Sports Stick Antiperspirant. You will have a chance to win a Pontiac Grand Prix SE. To enter, call 1-900-737-1100 before the halfway lap. If your entry is selected and you're called at home, you'll win that Pontiac Grand Prix SE. Dale Earnhardt has won the Winston Cup Championship. The race goes on, and we'll be right back.
Looks like oil.
Probably oil.
Yeah, that's oil.
They were speculating that it might be the 22 or the 98. Now I'm told it's the 33 car.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm glad he's got one clear spot he can look out for.
Oh, yeah, boy. How in the world? Exactly what we didn't want him to do.
Right now.
Yeah, slowly. Okay. with 13th place Dale Jarrett here in the Hardee's 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway as ESPN Speed World concludes the Winston Cup season for 1991. Dale is running in 13th position, and guys, it looks like somebody is oiling the racetrack, because that is oil down on the track. Jerry Punch, can you report on that?
Indeed, Bob. Ken Schrader, who's running in 12th in front of Dale Jarrett, has said that there's oil all over his windshield. He has dropped back about 15 car lengths from Jimmy Spencer. He's not sure whether it was a 98 car, Spencer the 22 of Sterling Marlin. They think, they're not sure, that it might be the 33 car of Harry Gant. But in any event, Ken Schrader, who won here back in the spring, is having a tough time seeing right now, back up there.
Well, that has to be tough. Not only does it restrict visibility, but of course it makes the racetrack very slick.
It sure does. I don't think Harry's losing enough oil. I can't see any smoke at all, so I don't think he's losing enough oil to make the racetrack slick. But you need some visibility, that's for certain.
Well, I think they might have gotten the oil. Jarrett has some on his windshield. You see there? There is oil on his windshield. And I think they got it when they were running closer to those cars of Jimmy Spencer. Spencer passed both Jarrett and Kenny Schrader a little while ago, and Harry Gant was right in front of him when that was going on. So whoever it was dropping, that was when they were getting the oil.
Up front, meanwhile, it is still Bill Elliott leading Mark Martin in a close third position now is Ernie Irvin.
Irvin has made up some ground. He was about 15, 20 car lengths further back. He has closed up and just a few car lengths behind Martin. It looks like Mark Martin has closed up a little bit on Bill Elliott through that one corner.
They're separated by only about 3 or 4 car lengths. Lapping is beginning now. They're going around the number 95 car driven by Eddie Bierschwale from San Antonio, Texas. And approaching the number 52 car, which Mike Wallace is driving today. Of course, Jimmy Means has given up the seat to become more or less a car owner. Mike Wallace has been driving that machine for the last couple of races.
I guess this will be the last race that Alka-Seltzer will be the sponsor on that car. Jimmy Means says that they had told him that they would not be back in 1992.
Awesome Bill Elliott out-qualified the second fastest driver by more than a mile an hour in winning the pole for today's race with an average speed of 177.937.
There still hasn't been an announcement on what Bill Elliott's plans are for 1992. It's rumored that he will be driving for Junior Johnson.
There is Dale Earnhardt in car number 3. He has won the Winston Cup for a 5th time. He's running in 7th position, and right behind him is Harry Gant, Mr. September, who won 4 consecutive races in September. Now behind Harry Gant, here's a battle between Alan Kowicki and Sterling Marlin.
And Marlin just drives on the inside and goes right around Alan. I think Alan backed off a little bit going into the turn, didn't challenge him too much. It was too early in the race to be taking any foolish chances.
Well, let's play trivia time here early in our broadcast. Which driver has accumulated the most Winston Cup points in the second half of the season? That is, since the Pepsi 400 at Daytona.
I don't really know. I would guess Davey Allison.
One would normally guess Davey Allison or Harry Gant, huh?
Yeah, but it's probably Earnhardt.
It's Marlin, believe it or not. Sterling Marlin has accumulated most points in the second half of the season. Now, here's Harry Gant making a pass on Earnhardt.
He's trying to make the pass on Earnhardt.
Almost tapped him.
Down the front straightaway, they go in turn 1, and once again, Gant just can't drive that car in the corner hard enough to get by Earnhardt.
Battle for 7th spot.
Benny, this is a good wide racetrack. The turns are wide. Several different grooves that you can run here, but still, it is tough to pass someone that's running about the same speed as you.
It is tough. I talked to Harry Gant this morning. That's what he was saying then, that it's so difficult to pass. We can see that he gains on Earnhardt down the straightaway as he comes off the corner, but yet he can't drive under Earnhardt going down in the corner because that takes that air off the right side of the car, and he would spin the car if he went in too hard.
Now Mark Martin has closed within a car length and a half of Bill Elliott. Martin keeps his Ford Thunderbird on the low side of the track, and Elliott has the higher line. And one other championship that is being fought here this afternoon is the manufacturer's title. Chevrolet has not clinched it yet. Ford would like very much to win it here this afternoon, but they have an uphill battle. Ford would have to win the race, and Chevy would have to finish last among the other competitors in order for Ford to take the manufacturer's title.
In other words, Oldsmobile, Buick, and Pontiac would all have to finish in front of Chevrolet for them to lose the championship. yellow and red car is Joe Rutman on the inside, passing Rick Mast in the Oldsmobile.
This is for 32nd position, but more importantly, it's for 20th in the point standings, the Winston Cup point standings, because the teams that finish in the top 20 point standings, they get their way paid in New York City in the banquet, and everybody else has to pay their own freight.
Well, I think the top 10 get their way paid, but at 20th place is all that pays in the championship. And 20th place is worth what? About $25,000. 21st is worth zip, nothing.
Now Elliott and Martin and Ernie Irvin begin to wave their way through some of the slower traffic.
That red-white car on the inside, Wally Dallenbach, announced this week he will be driving a second car for Jack Roush in 1992, sponsored by Keystone Beer.
Now, Coors will not have their name on a Winston Cup car as they have for the last several years, but they will have their Keystone brand of beer on the second Jack Roush car driven by Wally Dallenbach. 26 laps have been completed. This is a 328-lap race here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Right now, Bill and spin up in turn number 3. Looks like Michael Waltrip has hit the wall. He slides to the inside of the racetrack and puts the car down on the grass.
Some heavy contact. And we see Michael's hand out the window there. He's already getting out of the car, but some heavy contact in that wall going in turn 3.
Boy, he really...
And it's so they're hooked up. See his air system that's hooked onto his helmet. He did not unhook it, so therefore he was having trouble getting out of the car.
Well, here's a team that wanted very much with the Pennzoil sponsorship to win a race this year, but Michael Waltrip will have to wait until 1992 for a chance at his first Winston Cup win. 27 laps completed, the yellow out for the first time. Okay. Well, the yellow is out, the pits are open, and our first series of pit stops are underway. By the way, Michael Waltrip got out of his car and walked to the ambulance, a little bit of a limp, but he did not appear to be seriously injured. Here's Jerry Punch.
As expected, most of the leaders will make their way down pit road for their first pit stop of the day. Bill Elliott comes in. Here is Mark Martin, Ernie Irvin, Jeff Bodine, Harry Ginn, Earnhardt, and the like as they all come down pit road. We would expect to see a complete 4-tire change, and indeed that's the case on the Bill Elliott car. Elliott's crew will change all 4 cars. Let's check in down where John Kernan is standing in the Davey Allison pit. John?
Jerry, right side tires already on, left side's going on. The crew cam being worn by Joey Knuckles to get a great bird's eye view of what he is seeing. Davey's car developed a push, so what they've done is opened up the stagger on the right rear, and Davey is out, also Elliott is out, and Bill almost crashed into the 55 car, Bob.
Yeah, a lot of busy action on pit road, but everybody makes it out okay. As the 55 car was pulling in, Ted Musgrave was pulling into his pits. Elliott was trying to pull out, and they came close to hitting, but did not. Michael Waltrip's car, meanwhile, is being pulled to the garage area. Watch Elliott try to come out of his pit as Musgrave is pulling in. There it is.
Wow, that was close. There's Harry Ginn coming out.
Everybody out safely, and the field begins to reform now for the green flag. We are under caution because of an accident down in turn number 3 involving Michael Waltrip. Back with more of our live coverage after this. Yes, sir. Sure did. Okay. Okay. Elliott, Earnhardt, and Allison, right? Kenny, McDonald's, Elliott, Earnhardt, Allison. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
I can't hear you, Mikey. Do you hear Mike okay?
Darrell Waltrip looking for his 5th consecutive victory. Now owns the low groove on the racetrack as they come off the corner. Waltrip made his move, but wasn't a lap too soon.
The question is, did Bonnet let him go by, or did Waltrip beat him into the corner? Bonnet may still have something up his sleeve.
Neil Bonnet into turn 1 retakes the lead. The Ford is back out in front. And Bonnet from Hueytown, Alabama, looks to win his 3rd race of the season. There's time, though, for one more exchange at the south end of the Speedway. Waltrip did it a lap ago. He's got one more shot. They left by John Anderson. A blur at the bottom of your screen at 160 miles an hour. Here comes Yarborough. Yarborough, bottom of the racetrack. He's got Waltrip, and that will let Bonnet slip away. It'll be Bonnet out of turn 4 all the way to the checkered flag. Waltrip is second by inches over Cale Yarborough.
The voice of Mike Joy 10 years ago here in Atlanta, and that's just a sample of what you're in for Friday night before our live coverage of the Winston Cup banquet on the 6th of December at 7:30 Eastern Time. A full hour documenting the 10-year coverage of Winston Cup racing here on ESPN. Now, the McDonald's All-Star Race Team has been announced. The 3 drivers that pick up $50,000 from McDonald's are Dale Earnhardt, Bill Elliott, and Davey Allison. You fans have been voting on the All-Star team all year long, and those are the drivers that have come out on top of the voter poll. Davey Allison in car number 28. Did he have a problem during that pit stop, John?
Yeah, Bob, they did have a problem, and 3 lug nuts came off of the right rear. And if I can get Brad to come around and show you what they think the problem might be, the glue on the lug nuts, as you can see down there, it's normally more yellow. It's a darker shade of yellow. Today it's a little more shiny. It's a brand new tube of glue that they bought this morning, and they think that may cause the problem. And we talk about little things mean so much. Those 3 lug nuts cost him 2 spots on the track. He came in 4th, goes out in 6th position. Let's go down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
We talked about adjustments being made during the first pit stop, John, and they made no adjustments whatsoever on Elliott's Coors Light melting Ford. Now, Bill said he's going to run his own pace. You saw Mark Martin begin to reel him in there in the first few laps. Elliott's not concerned about that. If Martin wants to ride behind him, that's fine. If he wants to pass, that's fine. A long race here today, 328 laps. He didn't win 3 of these by using the car up early on. Back upstairs.
Now Bill Elliott will line up in 4th position as we get ready for the restart. Mark Martin will be at the head of the field, followed by Ernie Irvin, then Jeff Bodine, then Elliott, and Harry Gant. Davey Allison lines up 6th, followed by Alan Kowicki and Sterling Marlin, then Dale Earnhardt. Pace car is in. The green flag is about to be displayed, sending the field on its way once again after our first caution. Mike Waltrip hitting the wall over in turn number 3. He's okay. Shepard, the defending champion.
trying to take the measure of Jeff Bodine going into turn 3. Bodine slips a little high. That'll move, give Elliott the room he needs, and moves right on around.
Elliott goes to third. Now here comes Davey Allison up to challenge Jeff.
Tell you what, there's a bunch of Fords up front, isn't there? Just Ernie Irvin right now is the only General Motors product in that group.
Yeah, in the top 5, 4 Fords and Ernie Irvin.
As we can see that green and white car, that's Harry again. He is the 6th place car in an Oldsmobile.
And he's about to move to 5th as we watch the action in the pack.
Bodine's car still doesn't seem like he wants to stay down on the bottom groove. And maybe as the race goes on, the top groove will become the better groove, but it isn't that way right now. Those that their cars will work down on the inside seem to be a little bit faster.
Jeff has lost now 3 positions in the last few laps. Here's Davey Allison challenging Bill Elliott. Before that pit stop, you couldn't touch Bill Elliott. He was gone, but now he's in 3rd, and Davey Allison is right on his back bumper.
Well, they've changed tires, Bob, and this is the Bias Fly tire. I'm sure they put on brand new tires during that pit stop. The growth characteristics, we've talked about this many, many times. They really don't know what's going to happen as these tires get a lap or 2 on them. It could be that the tires, the growth characteristics is not what Bill Elliott wants. Ooh, he drives him beside of Davey Allison. Won't let him take that spot away.
Bill will not give up without a fight. First of many field summaries that you will be seeing throughout the course of our race. We're going to do this as often as possible so that you can get an idea of where your favorite driver is in case we do not show him on the screen. This is our computer generated. This is up to date to this lap. This isn't a reflection of how they were running 10 laps ago or even 2 laps ago. This is up to date information.
Still a lot of cars on the lead lap, all 20 of those that we're seeing there. In fact, 25. Those cars are on the lead lap. Darrell Waltrip not really running too good here today. Came out of the pits a little bit late. We see Hud Strickland, Dale Jarrett back there. Both of them had made extra pit stops for some reason. It was a lug nut situation on Jarrett's car, so that put them at the back of the pack. So they're trying to come back up through the pack.
34 cars are on the lead lap. Jim Sauter, the final one. And there's the rest of the 40-car field. Michael Waltrip, of course, already out of competition because of the accident.
We're told that Ricky Rudd has a tire rubbing or is smoking some tires or something. John Kerner, what's the problem down there?
Well, that's what they think so down here in the pits. They looked at it. They don't think it's anything mechanical. The spotter has checked it out. Says he thinks it's the right rear tire that is rubbing as they're seeing some smoke coming out of the right rear of the car.
Well, Ricky Rudd at one time was in contention for the Winston Cup, but he has slipped to 3rd in the points. But with a good finish today, he could move into 2nd place in the points. And there's the guy that is currently in 2nd position, Davey Allison, as he races still with Bill Elliott as Harry Gant looks on.
And he moves around with ease. Elliott didn't fight him too much as he pulled up and got beside of him. Ooh, they come awfully close coming off the turn, but here comes Harry Gant.
They've opened the door for Harry. Let's see if he can go on in. He's in a bad spot once again on the inside. Now Harry needs to drive that car on in and clear Bill Elliott, but he can't do that because he realizes if Elliott drives it on in there with him, he'll probably spin out as he enters the corner.
Turns back to 24 degrees here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Third car there in the battle for that position is Alan Kulwicki.
He has one victory this year, to his credit, has the Hooters sponsorship for 3 more years. He would certainly like to get a victory here today, which would pretty well assure him of getting on the winner's circle plan for 1992. He's pretty far back in points. As a matter of fact, he is in 13th in points, and I doubt with the one victory that would get him on the winner's circle plan.
Meanwhile, Ernie Irvin has caught Mark Martin and is under him. This is for the lead. This is for first place coming off the corner. And Ernie Irvin has taken the Chevrolet to the front.
Boy, he sure did. He just drove to the inside of Mark Martin and took over the lead coming out of turn number 4. And so we have our third leader of the afternoon, Ernie Irvin. And the Kodak Chevy Lumina is the leader, followed by Martin, Allison, Elliott, and Harry Gant.
Coming off the second corner, they made it.
Wow. Well, Jeff Bodine has got
backing up. Jerry on Martin. Yeah. On Mark Martin, right. That's LaJoy. Yep. Hole. Okay. Grab yourself a sandwich, a bowl of popcorn, and pig out tonight at 8 o'clock as the Cleveland Browns versus the Houston Oilers on ESPN Sunday night NFL action. Tonight at 8 o'clock, it's the Browns against the Oilers. That should be a good game. 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Atlanta Motor Speedway is the site of the final 1991 Winston Cup race. And at the moment, the leader on this event is Ernie Irvin. We're watching Bill Elliott, who was the pole sitter and the only driver eligible for the Unocal bonus money today, which amounts to $174,800. However, right now, Elliott is running in 4th place behind Irvin in car 4, Mark Martin number 6, and Davey Allison, who is in 3rd place.
And here comes Martin on the inside of Ernie, trying to retake the lead. I know Mark Martin has to be thrilled to death because it has not been a good year. John Kernan talked about it at the very top of the show. And Martin has had a rough time. Jerry Punch is in the Mark Martin pit right now. Jerry?
Hey, Benny, they were a little bit nervous a minute ago. Mark Martin had backed off when he let Ernie Irvin go around in the lead a few laps. The reason they're nervous is because of what happened to Michael Waltrip. Michael Waltrip tore up a right rear tire. So I talked with Steve Meal, the team manager, and they've been discussing it, telling Mark, we don't want to run that hard. We want to be careful and take care of those right side tires. So Mark has backed off a little bit. Now he'll move back up and lead for a while, but being very, very ginger on those outside tires. Back up there.
It is a long race, 500 miles, 328 laps around this 1/2 mile facility, so pacing yourself is an important element in the strategy to play to come up a winner. And Mark Martin has gone to the front again, putting Ernie Irvin back to 2nd place.
Sure looks like he passed Ernie with ease, doesn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, just went right on around and pulled away a little bit now. Maybe he said, I don't want to take it that easy.
Yeah, right. Well, that's true. Maybe Ernie, when he got in front, Mark realized that he was just not running as fast as he wanted to. And Mark said, look, I feel more comfortable at speed when the car is right on the edge. And a lot of race car drivers do that, don't they, Ned? The faster they go, the better the car feels.
Yep.
When you try to back up, it becomes a struggle to try to drive around the racetrack.
Very true.
We talk about guys that are battling for positions in the point standings. These two guys are battling for position in the point standings. Ernie Irvin is 5th in the standings, and Mark Martin is 6th, only 21 behind Ernie. So there's a lot of money involved in that also. Now, we talked earlier about Ricky Rudd, and we speculated about a problem, maybe a tire rubbing or something. John, have you got more information on that for us?
Yeah, I sure do, Bob. That's what they thought it was at first, but right now what they say is they just did not get the tire stagger matched properly. The car's got a terrible push in it, and you're seeing it just really smoke the tires as it goes through the turns. Say it's nothing serious. They just want to hang on until the next pit stop and make a proper stagger adjustment.
Ricky Rudd currently in 16th position, and right behind him is Chad Little in the number 19 car. That is the battle for the 16th position. Chad Little, by the way, announced on Friday that he will switch teams in 1992 and be driving for Cale Yarborough in the number 66 car that is currently being driven by Randy LaJoie, and we're riding with him at the moment. He finds himself in 27th spot right now.
That's Bobby Hamilton, who's leading the rookie points battle that you were talking about just a few moments ago in front of him in the Country Time Oldsmobile. He's leading the points over Ted Musgrave. 66 will be back as a sponsor next year for Cale Yarborough, but it is going to be Fords, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it?
They are switching over to Fords, and Chuck Little, Chad's dad, will become the general manager of the team. And Bob Johnson has already come on board that crew as crew chief, so it sounds like they got a good situation put together. And Randy LaJoie, meanwhile, is looking for something. He desperately wants to get into Winston Cup racing and just hope that these few races that he's run for Cale Yarborough might open some doors for him.
There is Mark Martin, Batesville, Arkansas, who is the leader of the Hardee's 500. And there is second place Ernie Irvin.
The leader's car, Mark Martin's, will change next year. We see Folgers on the side of the car. Next year, the sponsor will be Valvoline.
And there is the 28 car. They're the third one in your screen now as we zoom in on Davey Allison. He is in third position and appears to be catching Ernie.
Yeah, I think he's gaining on him, Bob. No doubt about it. Well, that car has been strong, especially the last half of the season. I think you could say really for the last 3/4 of the season, because after Larry McReynolds came on board as crew chief, they really started being a contender in every race.
Yeah, we made it a point on Speed Week Thursday night that if you could throw out the first 4 races of the year before Larry McReynolds came on board, Davey Allison would be leading the Winston Cup point standings. But how about Harry Gant? Boy, at one time, if he would have had in the other months this year, the month that he had in September, this guy would be the Winston Cup champion.
And won $5 million profit.
Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Guys, remember at the top of the show, we're talking about Ken Schrader complaining of oil on his windshield. He wasn't sure where it was coming from. Well, when Harry Gant made his first pit stop, the left rear tire on the car number 33 had some black fluid all over it. Now, they have been watching this car very closely, and the NASCAR officials have come up and down pit road and talked to the crew members and said, we're watching the car very closely. They're hoping it was a little bit of an overflow problem with the oil tank. That's all it was. Harry Gant has not complained at all of the car. They're still watching at 33 for any hint of smoke or possibly a leak on the racetrack. Back up there.
All right, we'll keep our eye on that situation, Jerry, as Harry Gant continues to run, and we'll look for that possible oil leak. But there is Mark Martin and Ernie Irvin as they lap Stanley Smith. 59 laps have been completed out of 328 in the Hardee's 500, live from Atlanta Motor Speedway.
You know, Ned, I saw that grease on the camera a little bit ago. That looked like wheel bearing grease.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They did
1, 2, 3.
Taking oil.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3. Testing. Microphone check. Microphone check. We are told that Michael Waltrip is going to try to get back in the race. We hear on our scanning radios. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
well,
look at this.
They're working on the car.
He's only 5 behind Kulwicki. We need to get that. Where is that, Kenny? The various points paying. Here it is. No, that's not it. Soundbite 3. Could you find that for me? Once again, here's how to enter the Right Guard Halfway Challenge sweepstakes. Call 1-900-737-1100 before the halfway lap. Then stay tuned to see which driver wins the $10,000 reward. If your entry is selected and you are called at home, you will win a Pontiac Grand Prix SC if you can name the driver who was leading at the halfway point and won the Right Guard Halfway Challenge.
There's our leader, Mark Martin, the red number 6, the yellow 4, right behind him, Ernie Irvin in second place. That's Rick Mast, the number 1 Skoal Oldsmobile that's being lapped by these two front runners.
Back in the pack, here's Rusty Wallace, Sterling Marlin, and Jimmy Spencer. Spencer lost an engine in the final practice session last night. They put in an engine that has it doesn't have any laps on it, only on the dynos. It was a little bit of a question mark for Jimmy Spencer coming into this race today, but he's doing okay right now. He finds himself in, if I can find it, on our 11th position.
Yeah, he's been running good. He moved up from the beginning of the race, Bob, and has come right along.
And Jimmy Spencer stopped me down in the garage here this morning, wanted to tell me that they still do not have a sponsor. He drives for Travis Carter. In 1992, looking a little glum because Banquet Frozen Food is not going to be back.
Planters Peanuts has been an associate sponsor on this car. They also are in negotiations as to what to do about next year. We hope Jimmy Spencer finds a sponsorship that will allow him to return to a full-time schedule. Here's our field summary again. The complete rundown of who is running where here on the 65th lap. This is up-to-date information.
Ken Schrader now beginning to move in on Sterling Marlin. Ricky Rudd not having a good day. He just was passed by Dale Jarrett.
Bodine brothers running 21st and 22nd.
Darrell Walker still way back in the pack. His car is just not handling too well. I've noticed him in the turns and just not going very well for him.
Hamilton and Musgrave there, 28th and 30th. Those are the two Rookie of the Year contenders.
Well, how many times have we seen those guys running together on the racetrack, all qualify together and just race together all year long?
Yeah, during qualifying, they turned in very close qualifying times, and I thought sure they were going to line up beside each other, but there were about 3 drivers that moved in there to separate them.
Well, they both just went a lap down to Mark Martin, along with the car of Larry Pearson.
We're watching 11th and 12th place there momentarily, but now we move back up front to see how Mark Martin is handling this thing as the leader of the race.
There's Mark going down in turn 1, and as we take the camera up, coming off turn 2,
there he is.
Darrell Walter.
He isn't that far from being lapped, way back in 26th position. John Kernan?
Well, the problem is Darrell is just severely loose. They're another one of the teams that just missed the setup for this afternoon. Darrell, just a couple of laps ago, was being clocked 0.3 of a second slower than Mark Martin. They're hoping to ride it out. We're coming up on the green flag pit stop window in about 20 laps. They're hoping to ride it out until then and make an adjustment with the stagger and possibly some wedge in the car.
Boy, he took that car way up into the gray, didn't he?
Yeah, he's up in the gray, trying to get those tires to get a grip. Trying to find some racetrack that's not too slippery, and the tires will get a grip. Watch him again as he goes right to the edge of the grade, right up to the top of the racetrack, trying to find some place that all the cars aren't running, and he can drive around without the car getting loose or pushing.
There's Dave Marcus in the black number 71. That's a Richard Childress Hardee car. Big Apple Market still the sponsor, and Terry Labonte in the Sunoco Oldsmobile. Terry's car not handling too well either today.
Darrell Waldrop will finish in the top 10 in Winston Cup points this year. He is currently 9th, some 51 ahead of Rusty Wallace, who is 10th in the Winston Cup points.
And of course he has 2 victories, so it hasn't been a bad year. His first year as a car owner. Western Auto coming on this year as a sponsor for him.
And we'll let these cars go by and show you the interval between.
There's Ernie Irvin, who's running second.
And there's third place Davey Allison.
And Mark just went out of our picture. And Bill Elliott, our pollster, is coming down pit road.
An unscheduled pit stop for him.
He was running in 5th spot, but on the 70th lap, he comes in. Jerry Punch, he's headed toward you.
Indeed, an unexpected stop. Now, many of the leaders were talking about pitting in about 15 laps. There's a lot of concern here about tire wear. They are very nervous about what happened to Michael Waltrip as did before. Now, Elliott's crew changed.
And there's a car in the wall, Jerry.
Looks like Mike Wallace.
Turn 2, Mike Wallace is in the wall. Bad timing for Bill Elliott's pit stop because the caution is out.
Mike Wallace's car slides to the bottom of the racetrack into the grassy area in turn number 2 after making contact with the outside wall in turn 1. There's the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac, driven by Mike Wallace. You can see the damage to the right side of that car and the right front. And it is an unlucky break for Bill Elliott, who was caught in the pits during this crash. So our second caution flag of the afternoon comes out here at Atlanta. We'll take a break and be back with more of the Hardee's 500.
Sorry to jump all over you, Jerry, but I really thought that play.
That's okay. That was a right rear tire on Elliott that Elliott had, and apparently the same thing with Mike Wallace. That's here on the radio that he cut a tire. So, boy, there's a lot of nervous folks down here.
Oh, I bet. You see, let me tell you why that Bill Elliott was the guy, the first guy to pit, because of what happened to Phil yesterday. See, Phil, both of his tires was blistered.
Really?
And he blew the right front. But the right rear was blistered on the car.
That's
so
right.
the Elliott crew knows. Look, the hood on that 66 car is broken.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. But anyway, that's why Bill Elliott pitted, because of what happened to Phil yesterday.
Yeah. Good point.
On pit road as the second caution flag waves over Atlanta. Here's Mark Martin getting a 4-tire stop. Crew working on the left side of that car. Davey Allison heads off of pit road. So does Ernie Irvin, and Mark Martin just beats Ernie Irvin off of pit road.
And Dale Earnhardt comes out fourth, so he picked up 3 or 4 spots on that exchange of pit stops.
The track crew is in turn number 1, cleaning up the debris caused by the Michael Wallace crash.
We saw Michael Wallace's car earlier. He backed in the fence up in turn 3. It looked like Mike Wallace's car just went head on in the fence when he lost a right front tire or something.
Jerry Punch was talking that maybe there's some people a little bit nervous because of what happened to Michael Waltrip and now to Mike Wallace if he had a tire problem going into that turn. We saw Bill Elliott come into the pits for that unscheduled stop a little bit earlier than we thought it would be. And I'm sure, Benny, that they were a little concerned about tires, maybe because of what happened yesterday.
Yes, if you watched the ARCA race yesterday afternoon, that's what happened to Phil Parsons, was that both tires were blistered. And he blew a right front tire and hit the wall hard up in turn 3 and wiped out one of Harry Mellon's cars. So I'm sure they were concerned about, showed some concern by bringing Bill Elliott in for early. As we see Randy LaJoie in.
He's had a contact with something because that hood is bent.
Yeah, we understand he made a contact with the wall out there somewhere.
Well, let's get an update on this tire situation from Dr. Punch.
Well, I'm here in the Bill Elliott pit, and a lot of people very interested, including Phil Parsons, that we talked about a minute ago, who ran a great job, did a great job in the ARCA race yesterday, watching what's going on here in this pit. Now, Elliott came in, made the unscheduled top. Here's the right rear tire. We thought it may have been blistered, but actually the tire was cut. There's a small puncture that is circled and marked here, and certainly a lot of people here, at least now, breathing a sigh of relief that it was not a worn tire, thanks to the Goodyear people, but it was a cut tire going down and made that Elliott pit stop a very untimely one for him. Back upstairs.
All right, Bill Elliott back on the track, and the field is being reformed for the resumption of the Hardee's 500 here in Atlanta with 75 laps gone. We'll be right back. Yep, I got you. Okay. Yep. Right. I got it. Yep.
We do need to establish the 98 is out of the race.
Well, when we were here a year ago, that big grandstand down there in turn number 1 and 2 wasn't even there. That's been constructed since we were here a year ago. 21,000 people in that grandstand. Up on top of that grandstand, some luxury suites that have been built. And boy, what a great view of this facility you get up there, as a lot of money is being spent to upgrade this facility. And on the backstretch, just to the left there of that new grandstand, will be some unbelievable condominiums that will be built here in the next 3 years. Bruton Smith, the owner of the track, plans 116 condominiums in 2 phases. They'll have tennis courts and swimming pools and a staff clubhouse standing 120 feet above the track near turn number 2. The backstretch will become the front stretch when those luxurious condominiums are built. Now, as far as the square footage, they range from 1,174 to 2,067 square feet in these condominiums, and that's what it will look like in a few years. And boy, we can't wait to see the great facelifting when that is complete. That's where it's going to be, just off of turn number 2 and down the backstretch. Darrell Waltrip has come into the pits another time. They're working there on the right front of the car, looks like.
Yeah, they're putting some tape on there. I think maybe a piece of sheet metal came loose or something, but they're trying to get the aerodynamics back in shape. And I'm sure that they've made some adjustments on the chassis of that Chevrolet during these pit stops as well. There's Jeff Hammond going back and tapping up the spoiler a little bit, and maybe to give a little downforce back there. I don't think he moved it very much. Now they send him back on his way.
Waltrip moving back out onto the racetrack. We are under a caution because of a crash over in turn number 1 involving Mike Wallace. We'll have more of our live coverage after these messages. Stay with us.
Wondering that same thing.
Okay. Just as you rejoin us, the green flag comes out, and we are back to racing at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Now, Bill Elliott there was in front of Mark Martin, who is leading the race. Elliott was in the lead lap, Bob, as a result of that unscheduled pit stop, but he didn't get a good jump. Now he is 1 lap down.
And he did not get a very good start, Ed. I don't know what the problem was, but you're right. A very, very poor start. We're told that Sterling Marlin in the 22 car was having a flat tire. The tire was going down as the caution flag came out. A good break for him.
Mike, I was going to say Mike Wallace, who was involved in that crash, did get out of the car just before he hit the wall in turn 1. The 98 car had a problem.
And he had an engine to go sour. That was Jimmy Spencer in the Vanquish Chevrolet, who had been running so well. And I don't know, he might have put some oil down, maybe caused Mike Wallace to get into the wall. But anyway, both of those drivers and cars out of the race.
Here comes Earnhardt. He's all the way up to 4th, 3rd.
Because Bill Elliott is, in fact, a lap down. The second car, the blue car, the Coors Light car, a lap down after an unscheduled pit stop with a flat tire.
And for those of you just joining us, Dale Earnhardt has clinched the Winston Cup Championship. He did that by simply taking the green flag and completing a lap. Now he wants to win this race. He is currently 3rd behind Mark Martin and Ernie Irvan. Elliott trying to unlap himself.
Boy, did he close up on Mark Martin coming off turn 4 and pulls alongside and goes by.
He may not have had a very good start, but he's got the car running well now.
That looked like Awesome Bill, didn't it?
That's right.
The old Awesome Bill.
Yeah, we've seen him before. What about that time at Talladega when he got about 5 miles down and made it all up under the green flag?
Yep.
Well, he's strong here today. And he has no choice now being able to run hard. He had to punish that car, get up there and get around Mark Martin, and now he's got to stay out in front of him and hope for a caution.
Ernie Irvan, meanwhile, has closed up on the back of Mark Martin and challenged him for the lead of the race.
Might make a bid here in a second.
Looks to the inside in the 4th turn. Every 15 minutes we're going to give you a field summary, up-to-date information on where they're running.
As we get a little farther down in the field, one driver that will be in the pits while that's coming on will be Terry Labonte, an unscheduled pit stop for the Sunoco Oldsmobile as Ernie Irvan looks to take the lead.
And he is going to do it at a pit. Yes, he did. Got a good bite coming off turn 2 and takes the lead. Ernie Irvan goes to the front.
And meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt has closed up on the back of Mark Martin. Now here comes Davey Allison. He's right behind Earnhardt.
First 4 cars very close together. Davey Allison looks to the inside of Earnhardt coming off turn 4. Does not make a bid.
Terry Labonte, I'm told, had a right rear tire flat when he made his unscheduled pit stop.
And fellas, we talked about Mike Wallace when he hit the wall down there. We first speculated that he might have run over something and cut a tire. They are saying now that that is what happened, that he didn't get the oil out of Jimmy Spencer.
Davey Allison still trying to wrestle that 3rd position away from Dale Earnhardt.
There you got a Chevrolet, a Ford, a Chevrolet, and a Ford in the first 4 positions.
Pack, meanwhile, the number 53 car being driven by Bobby Hillen this weekend, Brett Bodine and Jeff Bodine.
The Bodine brothers running bumper to bumper.
And that is 16th, 17th, and 18th.
And there's caution, there's trouble.
Kenny Schrader has hit the wall in turn 4, causing a traffic jam, but no other car involved in the incident. And Schrader's car comes to a rest just off of turn number 4 here on the main straightaway, and heavy right side damage to the Kodiak Chevy.
Oh, Lord,
of course, Schrader won the race here in the spring at Atlanta for his only victory. I think that's right. No, he won at Dover, didn't he? Also.
Yeah, Schrader has won twice and is in 8th position in the point standings.
Bill Elliott did in fact get his lap back. Bill Elliott got his lap back.
And there is Ken Schrader as we pick up the replay, who had already made hard contact with the fourth turn wall and slid all the way against the fence for the most part, down to where it is stopped, just outside of turn 4. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Ken Schrader, first of all, is okay. He just talked to crew chief Richard Broom here in the pits. He told Broom that something just broke in the right front and the car veered directly up into the wall. They're trying to discuss whether they have any chance at all of fixing this car, but obviously the damage is pretty severe and the car remains crunched against that outside retaining wall. Now Schrader climbs out of the car and runs down across to the infield, and the care crew will be there momentarily. The good news is Schrader's okay. The bad news is that Kodiak Chevrolet used up big time. Back upstairs.
That's unbelievable. This guy just hit the wall at 180 miles an hour, and he runs across, leaps the wall.
Schrader. Yeah, just like there was nothing to it. Well, Ken becomes the third driver to taste the concrete here at Atlanta yet today. That's Michael Waltrip, who had a crash up in turn 3, and Mike Wallace. And now the pit stops begin.
Well, they're going to take every opportunity, Bob, to come in and get new tires on those cars. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
I'm sure the crews don't like having to work this often, but they are getting a little bit of a relief, and they can watch this tire wear very closely. And indeed, Steve Meal and Robin Pemberton will be for the last time here in the Jack Roush team. Get prepared to work on the Folgers Ford as Dale Earnhardt and others come in for their pit stop. So 4 on the bottom, that's Ernie Irvin, and the Chevrolet 6 on top, of course, the Ford of Mark Martin. The two principals that have been leading in the early part of this race. Right side tires and a major chassis adjustment on the outside of the car number 6 of Mark Martin. Only 2 tires for Ernie Irvin. He is down and away. He follows Dale Jarrett back on the track at turn 1. And Mark Martin's left side tires are on. He pulls around the Jeff Bodine machine and heads back to turn 1. Back upstairs.
Mark Martin lost a little bit of track position, but he got 4 tires, and Ernie Irvin only got 2.
Yeah, and there were several others that didn't take on any tires. Dale Jarrett, Morgan Shepard, and I think Sterling Marlin did not take on any tires.
And Davey Allison only got fuel that time.
89 laps have been completed. We're under our third caution of the afternoon as ESPN Speed World is on hand at Atlanta Motor Speedway for the final race of the 1999 Winston Cup season. Okay. Oh, the evening? Yeah, yes, okay. Please.
Can I do well?
Yeah, that's good. I got you.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Davey Allison says, is the track scary? Are the pit rules where they should be now? Gant says, what's made your team so awesome the last 2 months? And what's the toughest part of the racetrack?
Your mic has sounded weird to me at times. Okay. Yeah, okay. 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 Okay, good. Winston Cup replays are brought to you by Autolite Spark Plugs, guaranteed for 2 years no matter how far you go. Atlanta Motor Speedway, November 1990, the title was on the line between Mark Martin and the current points leader, Dale Earnhardt. Martin began the 500 from 11th position. Earnhardt started 6th as Rusty Wallace won the pole. Dale went to the front, taking the lead by the 44th lap. Martin kept pace early but could never collect the 5 bonus points for leading. Mark had led the Winston Cup points battle for 16 races before losing it at Phoenix. He and his team tested 6 cars at Atlanta in a 3-day session and chose a Robert Yates prepared Ford, the one that Davey Allison had driven at Phoenix. But then Mark began to struggle. And in fact, he went a lap down due to 3 straight green flag pit stops.
His 6th place finish ended his hopes of his first Winston Cup championship. Morgan Shepherd drove to victory that day, his first since 1986, making him the 14th difference season winner. Crossing the line in 3rd position was Earnhardt, giving the Richard Childress crew something to cheer about. It was Dale's 4th Winston Cup championship and that $1 million bonus. That was a year ago when he won the championship. He's won the championship here again today and will receive his check live on ESPN in a big night on December 6th. Here on ESPN, we're going to start things off with a 1-hour program documenting our coverage of Winston Cup racing for the past 10 years. That's at 7:30. Live coverage of the 43rd annual Winston Cup banquet from the Waldorf Astoria in New York City begins at 8:30, and then we'll follow that from 10 to 10:30 with a live edition of Speed Week, a big night for you on Friday, December 6th, here on ESPN. Let's review the top 10 as we are getting set to go back to green flag racing. The leader of the race is Bobby Hillen. Larry Pearson running 2nd. Ted Musgrave is 3rd, followed by Davey Allison and Rusty Wallace. In 6th position is Sterling Marlin. Morgan Shepherd is running 7th. Then Dale Jarrett, Ernie Irvin, and Dave Marcus. Now, some of those up front are there because they did not make a pit stop. Now let's go to Jerry Punch with a further report.
Guys, at the top of the show, we talked about what an emotional day, what an emotional farewell it is for Bill Elliott. Now, he made that unscheduled pit stop due to that cut right rear tire and lost a lap. But when he had to push the button just a few laps ago, he zoomed right on by Mark Martin and Ernie Irvin to get back on the lead lap, and the caution comes out, and now he is back on the lead lap. The crew, all smiling, thinks that Bill has a master plan. They told us before the race, don't count us out. And indeed, with that kind of effort we saw a few laps ago, you can't watch. You got to watch for Bill Elliott for the rest of the afternoon. Back upstairs.
Well, he's smiling there, isn't he? Yeah, don't count him out. He is far from being and Kyle, as Elliott stands outside, Kyle takes a nap on the dashboard.
Folks, these are cutouts. These are some cardboard.
Let's hope they are.
Cardboard figures that some of the companies have.
All right, we're going to have at least one more lap under caution, cleaning up the Kenny Schrader accident in turn number 4. So while we have no action on the racetrack, we'll take another break from Atlanta.
It's going to be a wild restart here, guys.
Yep. This guy's coming.
No, do I?
Okay. No, they haven't given the signal yet.
Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, the leader of the race is car 53, Bobby Hillen, and there is his pit area. But there's a little bit more to this story than meets the eye. There's a definite tie-in between this team and Richard Childress, and Jerry Punch has more on that.
Indeed, Bob. The car is actually owned by Martin Borain, an Irishman who bought this car from Richard Childress. In fact, the engine is also a Richard Childress racing engine. Now, the crew today is actually Dale Earnhardt's Busch Grand National crew. Tony Urey and the crew are working on this car. But this morning in the garage area, we were getting ready to do a Sports Center cut-in about this race, and Earnhardt is up there in the pits of this Bobby Hillin car, helping them set up the chassis to work today. So Earnhardt certainly helping his Busch crew set up a car that could possibly beat him today. But of course, Bobby Hillin right now is our leader. Back upstairs.
All right, Bobby Hillin is the driver of that car today. John Paul Jr. has been in that car several Winston Cup races this year. We're still under caution, and it will be at least one more lap before we go green. Here's another break, live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. We can do basketball, and Benny can burn me on the IU loss the other night.
I thought Indiana's supposed to have something.
What promo? I don't even have CFA. Wait a second. Where are my billboards? Have you got them? Have you got my billboards? Don't do billboards yet. I can't find them. You're here. You're right about that. I got them.
Okay. So
Thank you,
but
Ken.
fail.
Yeah.
As calm as can be.
The Hardee's 500 is live this afternoon from Atlanta Motor Speedway, the Winston Cup finale for 1991, and we have completed 95 laps of this race. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Buick and your local Buick dealer. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. By Levi's Jeans for Men. And by First Brands Corporation, makers of STP oil treatment. CFA football action coming. How about that game yesterday, huh? Miami, Florida State. Miami came out on top. They're the #1 team. They're going to be playing Boston College this coming Saturday, November 23rd. And West Virginia, Syracuse also will be on ESPN. Times to be determined. Watch your local listings. Two big games, Miami and Boston College, and West Virginia against Syracuse. This has been a very long caution period, caused initially by Ken Schrader's crash in turn number 4, but we are getting set to go back to racing.
And this is going to be a very wild restart because we're going to have cars, slow cars, fast cars, and even faster cars scattered all through the field. Davey Allison stopped, did not change any tires. Mark Martin changed 4 tires. There's going to be a big discrepancy in speed once they throw the green flag.
Let's get this fact in here before he loses it, but Bobby Hillin is the leader of the race right now, and he has not led since Talladega in July of 1990. There's the crowd as they cheer for the restart. We're back to racing.
Chad Little on the inside trying to get a lap back. He's a lap down.
He figures this is his best chance right now, while the real best, not that Bobby Hillin isn't fast, but he's not as fast as Mark Martin, some of those that we've seen running up front. So he figures this might be my best chance to get a lap back, and he is trying desperately to do that.
Little and Hillin going wheel to wheel. Look at Davey Allison, though, on the bottom of the racetrack.
Here he comes.
I'll tell you, new tires are totally going to help that thing, buddy, the way he's coming up through there.
Come on, Davey, back off. There you go.
Yeah, you got time.
I was afraid he was going to try to make it 3 abreast. He will now. Watch this.
And Davey is going to drive toward the front. They come off of the second corner and go down the backstretch. Now they're 3 wide. And let's see, Allison, is he going to do it?
Well, Chad Little wisely backed out, Bob.
And now Allison and Hillen are side by side, and Allison will take the lead. Now let's go to John Kernan, who can update us on what they did to Allison's car.
Well, Bob, the tire wear that they have been checking down here has not been that bad on Davy's car, so they opted just to top off the fuel tanks. However, he was been running just a little bit too tight, so they loosened the car up just a bit, and they feel that they can run out there with the other cars and lead this race for quite a few more laps. Say they hope to lead it up until their next pit stop.
Well, I think I was a little premature in saying that Davy was going to get the lead and drive away, because Hillen is right there, and they're running side by side.
Yeah, it hasn't been that easy for him. Now he is.
Rusty Wallace is right there in third.
Here comes Rusty, and he takes that spot away with ease. So, can Rusty get up and challenge Davy Allison?
Well, we haven't seen or heard that much of Rusty so far today, but he started way back in qualified on the second day in 24th position.
Earnhardt is caught in some traffic along with Dale Jarrett and Bobby Hamilton and Mark Martin.
I would say that's an understatement because of traffic.
Boy, big group of cars. Three wide going to one.
You're right, Benny. It's going to be wild. That's what Dale Jarrett's seeing out his windshield.
He's trying to go by on the outside, but he's wondering, is Earnhardt going to be on the inside? Is he going to come off turn 2, 3 abreast?
I hope they make it. Chad Little backing off. Dale Jarrett also backing off. You heard him get off the throttle. Look at this.
They're definitely 3 abreast there with Rick Maston, Larry Pearson, and Chad Little bumping a little bit as they come off the corner.
Boy, this is the wreck waiting to happen.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Jarrett decided he'd rather be down on the inside, so he got out of that outside groove, got behind Chad Little, but Harry Gant goes by on the outside.
Couple of Chevrolet side by side. Earnhardt in the black 3, the yellow 4. That's Ernie Irvin on the outside, and Earnhardt goes up the hill, and fortunately Ernie went with him. Here comes Mark.
Look at this, 3 wide off the corner. Martin to the inside. The meat in the sandwich is Earnhardt and then Irvin. And Morgan Shepherd comes up in the 15 car.
And Mark Martin was the guy that backed out. I thought he had the preferred groove down on the inside, but he said, hey, this is not going to be too smart. We're too early in this race to take any chances, so he backed out. He said, I'll get a run at him again.
This is exactly what I was talking about at the top of the show when I said we're going to see some real racing. You know, if Earnhardt and somebody else was racing for a championship, these guys could not get that close to it and take a chance to eliminate his winning $1 million.
Now they don't mind.
Earnhardt has already won the championship, and so it's every man for himself.
Meanwhile, up front, Davey Allison has checked out as we watch out the windshield of Morgan Shepherd's Motorcraft Ford. Still some heavy traffic there behind Shepherd.
That's the winner last year, that 15, Morgan Shepherd, currently 9th.
There is Allison, and the advantage that he has on second place, Rusty Wallace, and third place, Bobby Hillen. And now Dale Earnhardt and Mark Martin are running together again.
Looks like 1990 all over again, doesn't it? And these fellas were racing for $1 million, but this time all they're racing for is pride and position on the racetrack.
They're battling for 6th right there.
Mark's car is just so much faster in the middle of the corner, but when he's that much faster, Earnhardt's in the spot he wants to be, and he just can't get by.
Still a lot of traffic. The 12 car is Hut Strickland, Derry Cope, also Darrell Waltrip, Bill Elliott involved in this group of cars, and so is Ricky Rudd.
Greg Sachs in the car number 47, Dave Marcus in the black number 71 Chevrolet. Heavy traffic. Derek Cope having a good run here today.
Now Martin will try the high, so he gets the car sideways, smokes the tires.
He said, I don't think I'll try that anymore. Here's another field summary. This is how they're running. The last lap. Look at Larry Pearson, 10th. Good run for Larry today. Kellogg's Cornflakes Automobile. Hal Petty up in 14th. Rick Wilson, the Snickers Grid 15th. Good run for him. But look at old Ted Musgrave up in 11th spot.
Well, he's being passed right now by a bunch of cars over in turn 4, but he is having a good run.
Still 3 abreast racing back in the pack. Rudd and Elliott trade some paint. And now Dale Earnhardt goes inside of Ernie Irvan.
While these guys are racing each other, Davey Allison, he just up there and said, thanks, fellas, and driving away off into the sunset.
He says, you just keep running side by side like that, I'll run away from you.
Oh, yeah, that's the best thing that could happen here. Of course, Rusty Wallace, they're not battling for second here. Rusty Wallace is running second. Bobby Hillen's third. And in fourth place is Sterling Marlin. This is fifth that we're watching here right now. Fifth, sixth, and seventh. Earnhardt just took fifth. Martin just took sixth. Ernie Irvan shuffled back to seventh.
Irvan got the car up a little bit high in the corner, allowing both Earnhardt and Martin to drive below him. And Davey Allison, there he is, now is running all by himself. But is Davey Allison completely happy with the way this thing is running and handling? John?
No, Bob, as unbelievable as that may sound, Davey says, hey, the car is still pushing. It doesn't want to turn to the left when I get into the turn. So the crew is working very hard. You might call it about a $100,000 bonus that they're looking at, the difference between second and third in the points. Not only are they trying to win the race, they want to finish second in the points, and they are just working down here. Ryan Pemberton measuring tires to make sure the next set is properly staggered. They've also gone as far as to pull a spring out of one of the boxes that would match the type of spring in the car, and they've found a rubber that will fit in there perfectly just in case they need to do that on the next pit stop.
Well, Davey Allison is leading for the first time today. He has led 23 of the 29 Winston Cup races. He has led more laps, more miles, and more races than anyone in Winston Cup competition this year. We'll be right back.
Tell you what, Bobby Hillen ain't running that bad, is he?
No, he isn't.
Bobby Hillen. Yeah.
Yeah, Earnhardt just went into fourth. Mark Martin going into fifth. Passing Marlin.
Good. I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Hey, I got an update.
I'm with Richard Childers.
I've got an update for you on Mike Wallace. They taken him to the hospital with a shoulder injury.
Okay.
What the word we're getting.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay. Did you take my billboards, Lynn? We're getting closer to the halfway point. To enter the right guard halfway challenge sweepstakes, dial 1-900-737-1100 before the halfway lap. If you're called back during today's race and you can name the driver who was leading at the halfway point and won $10,000 from right guard, you'll win a new Pontiac Grand Prix SE. The right guard halfway challenge coming up on lap 164, and we're now at lap 115.
There's our leader, Davey Allison, in the picture all by himself. Probably half straightaway back to the second place car, and that second place car is Rusty Wallace, and Bobby Hillen is still hanging on to that third spot. Hillen is closed in on the back of Rusty Wallace.
Hillen is really giving that car a good run, but Earnhardt is coming up alongside him.
Earnhardt is in fourth place now. Passed Sterling Marlin not too long ago. So that's second, third, fourth, and fifth we're watching on the screen there.
Well, the champion has been crowned, and the championship car owner has been crowned also, and Jerry Punch is with him.
Richard, congratulations on the championship. But right now, what you're watching is two of your race cars. Your car with Earnhardt aboard, and a pretty stout race car, an R&D car that you sold to Martin Moraine, and Bobby Hill is doing a whale of a job in.
Yeah, you know, he's running some stuff in this race that we want to see how it's going to do next year. And Bobby's doing a good job, and Dale, Tony Erie with Dale's Bush team, they're taking care of the car. Now, all them guys worked hard this week doing a real good job. They're giving us our money's worth here.
So you're all smiles. Whatever you're testing in the motor, that 53 car is working pretty well. That engine's awfully stout.
Yeah, we just need a little bit of help for next year, and we got our car loosened up, and it's running better too. So we want to try to win the race.
And what about the 71 car, Mark?
That's a different chassis setup. We've been testing it, and Dave's done a good job. We just want to try to get in shape next year to make a good run for it.
The championship car owner with two other R&D cars here in today's field. He's still smiling from ear to ear, guys. Back upstairs.
Yeah, there's been some conversation going around that there's some disharmony or whatever on the Earnhardt crew. Well, Friday, Dale Earnhardt, Richard Childress at a press conference, they stood side by side and said, we're going to be back in 1992, back in 1993. We are the best of friends.
Rusty Wallace beginning to back up just a little bit. He has been passed by Dale Earnhardt, and now here comes Bobby Hillen up. And Harry Gant is going to be right there also.
And Davey Allison either has a problem or he got in trouble with 49 car a little bit ago because he is slowed down dramatically.
Let's go to John Kernan.
Well, he's radioed in. He says, Larry, Robert, it's missing really, really bad. But Davey now has said he's radioed back and said that the miss is cleared up. So just a very tense moment here in the pits. They were scrambling. What he might have done, we haven't been able to talk to Larry McGrail yet, he might have switched the ignition. They do carry two engine ignition systems in those cars, and usually it's just a matter of reaching over and throwing a switch. But, man, they were really hustling it down here just a minute ago. Very, very, they were just sitting a tizzy, you might say, Bob.
What could that be all about? What would cause the car to miss like that for just a short time?
Well, they could, as John said, could have lost one ignition system, and maybe David thought real quick and flipped over to another system.
Well, the guy on the move at the moment, as we watch the field come through, is Harry Gant. The number 33 Skull Bandit is fast. Now, look at the back end of that car. You can see the oil on it. And remember, earlier in the race, there was some speculation that he may be losing some oil, and there is evidence of that on the back end of the car.
We're told that the 28 car, the engine actually stopped, and Davey flipped on a different ignition system, and the engine started back up, and away he went. Had to be a scary moment for him.
Wow. But now look at both Earnhardt and Mark Martin as they close in on Davey.
Yeah, they closed dramatically on that one lap when the engine stopped, but even since it's running again, they're closing in every lap.
A second and a half and 2 left. One of our spotters has reported that Earnhardt, and Davey Allison's on the inside. He just moved over on the inside.
Definitely off the pace that he was setting a few laps ago.
And that looks like the car's going again. That's an ignition coil that they're getting ready to put on the car. They think that might be the problem.
And that will come and go. He's slowed down now dramatically going into turn 3. He loses the lead. Earnhardt goes by. Let's see if he's going to come into the pits. No, not this time around. They're not quite ready for him yet.
But Davey moves from first to third. Earnhardt is now the leader of the race. They're still preparing the coil. That's why he didn't come in that time. As soon as they get it ready to install, he will be coming in.
Well, but he'd like to stay out there and run as long as he can and hope to catch a caution, because if they have to change that coil on the green flag, fellas, he can forget about winning this race.
And he could very well forget about finishing second in the point standings also.
Very true. Because Ricky Rudd is still on the racetrack. He's only 9 points behind Davey going into this day, and he is now 20th. Ricky Rudd is 20th.
And now Mark Martin wants the lead as he pulls alongside of Earnhardt and goes to the front, but no, Earnhardt keeps it.
Oh, Earnhardt drives that baby down in the corner, doesn't he? Wow. Mark said, why did he do that? I had to leave.
Don't you know that Dale Earnhardt had the ideal situation coming into this race? He knew he was going to win the championship. He knew he was going to win the $1 million, but he also knew that he could drive like Dale Earnhardt likes to drive to win the race.
you know, I had no idea really how far they'd backed up on the engine the last few races, trying to be assured of winning that championship till that press conference Friday when Earnhardt and Childress talked about it. And Childress admitted they'd probably backed up 30 horsepower on Dale so they could be assured of finishing the races and winning the championship. He said, for this race, we got the 30 horsepower back.
And you know, we're seeing Earnhardt in the lead right now, but he hasn't been in this position all that much, at least recently. This is the first time that he has led since Charlotte, and since his win at Talladega, he has led only 123 laps. Here comes Harry Gant to pass Davey Allison.
I think Davey's staying out there now. He's not running that bad. He is losing some time to the leaders, but he is still, even after Gant passes him, is in 4th place. And he would like to see a caution. Looks like they got that coil ready to go, John Kernan.
Well, I just talked with Joey Knuckles, who's been working on the coil. He says the only way that they will come in right now under green is if it shuts off all the way. Davey, they have checked out the problem. Davey has analyzed it inside the cockpit of the car. He says it is an electrical problem. He says that the tachometer just went up to 11,000 RPM. Now, if that were true, that engine would not still be turning. So definitely an electrical problem, but they will not bring him in until it shuts off completely.
Well, Earnhardt scared Mark Martin to death going down in turn 1. That's for sure, because watch this. This is going down in turn 1, and they touch. Just barely, but they touched.
Mark got a little bit loose in the corner as they went around in turn number 2 and lost a little bit of racetrack between himself and Earnhardt. And now Dale has a 8 or 10 car length advantage. Dale Earnhardt, who has already won the Winston Cup, now leads the race as we are live at Atlanta Motor Speedway for the Hardee's 500. 129 laps completed. Regularly scheduled pit stop here.
That's why I kept saying that they're waiting for caution. I figured they would listen to it.
Neil, I can hear you fine when I'm talking. Looks like the 4 car's dying too.
Yeah, he's having trouble.
The crew cam is being worn by Joey Knuckles of Davey Allison's crew, and you can see the huddle that's going on right now, trying to decide what to do. The car is getting slower and slower. Davey continues to go back, and they're trying to figure out now whether they should bring him in or whether they should leave him out there as long as possible.
Well, he should stay out as long as possible because there just may be a caution plate, but he's not going to be able to stay out there long because the car's going to quit running.
And that graphic you saw there was an interesting point. Davey had his worst finish of the entire season here in the spring race when he finished 40th.
He'll be in this lap. His car is just going too slow. He will be in. But in the corner, he seems to pick up again, but
they're staying out.
He's staying out.
Nice call, BP, my man.
This goes to show how well I'm keeping up. The car's smoking now, isn't it? Looks like I saw some smoke out of the back.
I don't know. But boy, it is getting slower and slower every lap. There goes
Terry Labonte goes around. Stanley Smith.
He's going to go a lap down here very shortly in about one more lap.
And now it becomes a situation where it becomes a hazard on the racetrack. NASCAR is saying he either picks up the pace or you bring him in because the car is going too slow. John, are you there?
Yeah, I sure am. What we think now, the battery might be dead. Now, this morning, whenever I was going around talking to some of the crew chiefs, They had just gotten ready to take the car for inspection, but they found out the alternator had broken, so they had to replace the alternator this morning, and maybe they have had another alternator problem, as I'm told now that his engine has stopped, and Davey should be coming into the pit shortly.
He has been lapped by Dale Earnhardt, the leader of the race, and the guy that carried so much momentum into this contest is going to be headed for pit road. His last 3 finishes, a second at Charlotte, a win at Rockingham, and a win at Phoenix.
And there goes Harry again, who has passed Martin for that second spot, as we saw Martin, our third place car, go by, and Davey Allison is coming down pit road.
He could be relinquishing second place in the points here. The difference between second and third place in the bonus points, bonus money, $330,000 to the second place finisher and $225,000 to third place. The crew swarms over the car and goes to work.
And they're probably going to change everything that's reasonably easy to change on that race car, not knowing exactly what it is, as Bobby Hamilton comes down pit road and makes a pit stop. But, you know, certainly they'll change that coil that we saw sitting out there. Mark coming into the pits right now, too. Jerry Punch, is this a scheduled pit stop for Martin? He slowed down a little bit on the racetrack.
Absolutely not, Dad. This is an unscheduled stop. Martin thinks he has a tire going down. They thought it might be a right side tire. They said, well, maybe it's a left side tire, so they can't take any chances. They're going to have to change all 4 tires. An unscheduled stop, and they bring that Folgers forward to a halt. The right side tires are already coming off from Robin Pemberton. Left side lug nuts have been taken off. They clean the windshield. They come around to the left side, and they will jack the left side up and now put left side tires on. A tough break for the Jack Roush team. Mark Martin, who was running in second place, now making an unscheduled stop with 4 tires down. He heads to turn 1. Let's go back up pit road to check in with John Kernan.
Jerry, the Robert Yates crew is working furiously. They're replacing the ignition coil right now. They've got another ignition box to put into the car, and also the battery will be replaced. And Davey just sitting here, and you can just see the utter disappointment on his face as he cannot believe this has happened to him. Jerry?
And we just found out that it was a left rear tire flat on Mark Martin's Ford. That's the problem, as they roll the tires now behind the wall. A tough break for Martin, but it was a left rear tire, was definitely going down, so it's a good thing they made the stop, or he too could have ended up in that concrete wall. Back upstairs.
And there's also action on pit road with Bobby Hillen in the 53 car as he comes in.
I think this would be a scheduled pit stop for him, maybe, Bob, because, see, he did not stop on that last caution, and that's what got him so far up front. As a matter of fact, he has run about 65 laps, it looks like.
Yep, this will be a scheduled pit stop for Bobby Hillen. Bobby, by the way, was the fastest second-round qualifier and 13th fastest overall. Began this race from 21st position since he was a second-day qualifier. They're changing the left side tires. Now they have the work complete, and Bobby Hillen rolls back out. Big A Auto Parts on-track interval comparing 5 consecutive laps. We timed Earnhardt and we timed Harry Gant, and you can see the steady interval that is being closed by Harry Gant on Dale Earnhardt.
He picked up 7/10 of a second in those 5 laps, and Gant right now is getting closer and closer to Dale Earnhardt.
The interval went from 3.4 seconds on lap 129 to 2.7 on 133, and as Benny said, the interval continues to close as Earnhardt leads and Gant runs second.
Well, if they run on this racetrack, get some rubber on there and some heat on there, heating up, the tires heating up a little bit, that's to Harry Gant's liking. That's the kind of a racetrack that he likes to run on.
And the 28 car has fired again. Davey Allison's car is going, and they're pushing it back on pit road, and now they're holding him there. A 15-second penalty because he entered pit road. He entered too fast? Well, I guess that's what they say. Anyway, Davey Allison now goes back into competition. You're watching live coverage of the Hardee's 500 Winston Cup race here on ESPN, and we'll be back in just a moment. DW is on the move, huh?
Yeah, he has been running good. He and Bill Eldy's been coming up through the field.
I got it. Petty at Rockingham, right, his only win on ESPN. Okay, yep, okay, good. Where is he? 43, 27. Yeah. 20 laps to the halfway point, 19 as a matter of fact.
White flag to Bill Elliott and Richard Petty. This is the final lap at Rockingham, less than a mile to go. Richard Petty is the leader, Bill Elliott right behind him. They're out of the second turn, now down the backstretch. Bill Elliott is going to have to make his move. There is a lot of traffic ahead of them as they go into the third and fourth turns now. Here they come toward the fourth turn, and the start-finish line coming up. Bill Elliott will make one desperate attempt as he goes to the inside. Richard Petty holds him off, and Richard Petty picks up a victory at Rockingham, North Carolina Motor Speedway.
The year was 1983, and it was Richard Petty's only win on ESPN. That's just a sample of what you'll see Friday night, December 6th at 7:30 Eastern Time, as we document a decade of excellence, ESPN's coverage of Winston Cup racing the past 10 years. And there's the king, Richard Petty, who currently runs in 27th position. And boy, I tell you, year from today, guys, it's a good thing that Bruton Smith is going to build more seats here, because he's going to need every one of them. A year from now, Richard Petty will be competing in his final Winston Cup race. John Kernan.
Bob, I'm with Larry McReynolds, and Larry, some very quick work here. Replaced the coil, the battery. You also had an ignition box out. What all did you do?
Well, we changed everything that we could possibly change here in the pits. You know, the spare pieces we had. The battery went dead. Now, what caused it to go dead, we really don't know. It's running fine now. We just have to see after it runs about an hour or so, which is what we've run since the beginning of the race, when it goes dead again.
Now, you guys had changed an alternator earlier this morning. Could that have been the problem, you think?
Well, you know, you just don't never know. You know, it wasn't charging exactly like we thought it should be, so we changed it. And ironically, we changed the battery too. So, you know, we did everything we could.
And Dale Earnhardt is in. Jerry?
1991 Winston Cup champion makes a scheduled pit stop. He has completed 60 laps on the racetrack and will bring the Goodrich Chevrolet to a halt. And as expected, remember, there's no concerns about tire wear. You will see a 4-tire change under the green flag. Now, a 4-time national champion pit crew led by crew chief here running across this side of the car. First Shelburne of the crew now changing left side tires as Kurt, David Smith, Will Wynn, and the crew. Chuck Myers adding field to the car. Off the jack and away at 20.1 seconds. Another excellent pit stop.
4 tires and a tank of fuel in 20.1 seconds. And Earnhardt goes back out onto the racetrack, and right behind him is Alan Kowicki, who has come in. There goes Mark Martin passing on the high side. Rusty Wallace has made a pit stop. He comes back out. Bill Elliott is currently making a stop, and here comes Harry Gant off of turn number 4, and he is entering pit road. Harry Gant, who picked up the lead there for a moment as Earnhardt came in. Now Gant is on pit road.
And slowly going down pit road, 55 miles per hour. He's pinning right behind Bill Elliott. We see his board out, his green board. He pulls in behind. Andy Petrie and the crew goes to work on the car.
Bill Elliott pulls away just ahead of Harry Gant. And let's go to Jerry Punch.
And a very
Very deliberate work here in the Stoll pit as the Oldsmobile crew now coming to the left side. Charlie Presley will put the jack beneath the left side of the car. They have cleaned the windshield, and now Andy Petrie and the crew, as you said, Benny Parsons putting those left side Goodyear tires back on. 20.8 seconds here again in the way.
Just a bit slower than Dale Earnhardt's stop, but less than a second as other drivers are coming in. Sterling Marlin now on pit road. He has the work completed. The 94 car of Terry Labonte also is there. You can see some damage there on the right front of the car. Moving around to the left side now to change the tires over there.
These are all scheduled pit stops.
And as all this goes on, Darrell Waltrip is our leader. There's the leader of the race, Darrell Waltrip.
And Darrell Waltrip didn't necessarily just inherit this lead because he had moved from 20th to 6th position since the most recent caution flag.
Now, Alan Kowicki unlapping himself. Dale Earnhardt just unlapped himself with the new tires on. They move around. They had gone a lap down when they made their pit stops. Darrell Waltrip, one of the gas mileage kings in this business. And here is Kyle Petty, who had moved up to second in the Mellow Yellow Pontiac, in for his pit stop. Let's go to this and John Kernan.
Well, Ned, we're anticipating a 4-tire change, and they go to work on the right side. The Mellow Yellow crew led by Gary Nelson, who will be leaving after this race to go to work for NASCAR to become Dick Beatty's assistant. And all the guys on the crew asked me to send a thank you and a good luck to their crew chief, Gary Nelson, in his endeavors with NASCAR. So Kyle, the left side's going on. Ricky Rudd flashes by down pit road, and Kyle is away.
Kyle comes out of the pit, so does Ricky Rudd. The king, Richard Petty, is on pit road. We are seeing normal pit stops now under green, and Darrell Waltrip's Western Auto crew awaits the arrival of that car. Jerry Punch will call this stop, and here comes Darrell off the banking and down pit road.
And Jeff Hammond will orchestrate this pit stop, and as we expected, we will have 4 tires here on the 3-time winner at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The 3-time Winston Cup champion, very deliberately at 55 miles an hour, brings that Chevrolet Lumina down pit road. The bright orange from the Western Auto logo on the side of the car, and they will clean the windshield. And there is a puncture in the windshield. Looks like a little bit of a cut or a scratch possibly in the windshield. As you see, Jake Elder cleaning the windshield, and now the crew will come around to the left side of the car and change the left side tires. Waltrip getting a drink, wiping his face, wiping the goggles, putting him back in position, getting ready to put it back in gear. They drop the jack here, and Waltrip pulls away at 21.1 seconds.
And fellas, this now will give the lead to Jeff Bodine, who is another of the Junior Johnson Budweiser team, one of the gas mileage kings in auto racing. So he is yet to make his scheduled pit stop. And when all these pit stops are over, Mark Martin's going to be right back in this thing. He made a pit stop early, an unscheduled pit stop, but when they all make their pit stop, then he's going to be right back in there.
Davey Allison there on the left of your screen lost 7 laps during his pit stop to correct an electrical problem. There's the leader, Jeff Bodine, the Budweiser Ford.
As a matter of fact, you talk about Mark Martin. He, in fact, is the second place car now. He is in front of Dale Earnhardt because he's made that unscheduled pit stop about 10 laps before Earnhardt did and got those fresh tires on, so he was able to make up some time on the racetrack.
Jeff Bodine, the winner at Charlotte.
Here he comes in the pits.
Jerry Punch is standing by in Jeff Bodine's pit as he's headed toward you, Jerry.
And we'll watch the Budweiser crew in action. Tim Brewer, to the crew in the Junior Johnson prepared car, waiting for their driver. They would like to be able to send Jeff Bodine out with a victory here in Atlanta, knowing that he will not be around for the 1992 season to drive their car, moving on to the Budmore operation. And Bodine indeed brings the big Budweiser colors to on pit road, and as expected, we will have a 4-tire change, cleaning the windshield. Now, NASCAR has said they will allow an extra man now, which will make it a total of 8 over the wall to clean the windshield, because there's been a problem here with some of the glare and oil on the windshield to keep that clear for the driver's safety. Left side tires going on. Tim Brewer tightening his blood cuts. Jack is full, and Bodine is away.
21.5-second pit stop for Jeff Bodine, and now the leader of the race is Mark Martin.
I've seen a lot of crews out there trying to clean those windshields. We saw the 42 car a moment ago. A guy went out and cleaned and cleaned and cleaned. Look at all the oil on these racetracks. As these cars go in turn 3, Bob, they drive straight into the sun, and visibility becomes almost impossible. See?
Right there.
You can't see anything.
And it's going to get worse as the afternoon goes along. So with the combination of the sun and the oil problem that we have on the racetrack that's splashing up onto the windshields is going to be a tough afternoon for a lot of drivers. And Randy LaJoie brings the Phillips 66 car into a stop.
NASCAR has just black flagged him and told him to come into the pits.
Quick stop. He's back out there. And Mark Martin has reassumed command of this race with second place Dale Earnhardt. As we have completed 161 laps, the halfway mark is coming up in just a little over 2 laps. Here comes Mark Martin off corner number 4 and will complete 162 circuits. And the halfway point is 164. So we'll stay with it here and see who picks up the $10,000 from right guard. That will be the driver you must know if you are called back for. Oh, and Dale Earnhardt almost lost it. Man, oh, did you see that car dart toward the wall? But he saved it.
I was watching almost another wreck over in another corner, missed it. Tell me what happened.
The car just went toward the wall, and Earnhardt got out of the throttle and kept the car off the wall. But man, was it, here it is. Now watch, it'll just head right for the wall.
Alan Kowicki is a lap down.
But he gets the car sideways, and when he corrects it, he goes up and almost hits the wall. You're right, Bob.
And he had to drive that car up the banking to keep from spinning it out. Of course, he knew he had to do that. Lost a lot of time, but he kept it from spinning out.
All right, now, this time around, it'll be the halfway mark.
They told me about that $10,000. That's why he got in the corner so hard and tried to spin out.
That's right. Here comes Mark Martin. And he is going to be the leader at the halfway point. Mark Martin crosses the line, receives the cross flags from Doyle Ford, and our leader at the halfway lap is Mark Martin. He takes home $10,000 in the right guard halfway challenge, and if you have entered the contest and are called back, you could win the Pontiac Grand Prix by simply telling them that Mark Martin was the leader at the halfway point of our race. Boy, the 3-car, man, I thought he was gone, Jerry.
Well, a minute ago, the conversation went like this. I guess Childers asked him, he said, "Are you okay?" Earnhardt's reply, 4 words, "It's a bit loose."
It's a lot loose, if you ask me, or at least it was a couple of laps ago. Dale Jarrett comes down pit road, and the Wood Brothers Ford is having a problem.
He slowed going down in turn 1 last lap, and has been going around the racetrack with the engine shut off almost all the way around the racetrack, it looks like. But they're going around changing tires exactly like
yellow flag.
Well, and then timely pit stop for Dale Jarrett as he's in the pits like Bill Elliott got caught. He'll try to rush back out, but the yellow flag is out.
Debris on the racetrack is the word from the NASCAR officials, and this is the running order as the yellow came out. The position, of course, is going to be changing here undoubtedly, but we're showing you a field summary before the yellow flag came out. This is our 4th caution of the afternoon. We have had 3 crashes, and now this one for debris on the racetrack. By the way, Mike Wallace has been taken to a local hospital with a shoulder injury. Nothing serious, but they are taking him to a local hospital facility for further examination. The other 2 drivers involved in crashes, Ken Schrader and Michael Waltrip, were not injured when their cars hit the wall.
There's our leader, Mark Martin.
The field is being formed behind the pace car.
And he probably welcomes this opportunity to come into the pits and put 4 new tires on, because he has been out there much longer than these others. He came in about 15 laps short of when they normally would come in, and as you can see, the green flag waving, so the pits are open.
NASCAR officials signaling down in turn number 4 that the pits are open, and here comes Mark Martin as he peels off from the rest of the field and enters pit road. Right behind him is Kyle Petty. Dale Earnhardt is also in, along with Harry Gant, Morgan Shepherd, Stanley Smith, but several of the drivers are choosing to stay out on the racetrack.
Well, those that are 1 lap down, certainly, according to the rules of NASCAR, have to stay out there. Well, let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
Guys, Mark Martin will welcome this pit stop. He had complained a minute ago the tire was a little bit too tight, so we'll watch the crew member as he goes to the right rear of the car, and indeed, he is going to take a round to find out. Earnhardt also in the pits. He will get 4 tires changed on the Goodwrench Chevrolet. So Earnhardt pitting all the way down to the end, and between those 2 cars, that's Earnhardt and Martin, is the car number 11. That's the Budweiser Ford of Jeff Bodine. So Chevrolet and Sierra Fords. Earnhardt is away. Now Mark Martin is away, as those 2 are the first 2 off pit road.
Rusty Wallace Wallace coming out. So is Darrell Waltrip, Bill Elliott. Ernie Irvan remains on pit road for the moment. As the field is, there's the Junior Johnson car, Jeff Bodine. He finally has work completed on that car, and now everybody is back out on the racetrack, and we set up for resumption of the race. You're watching live coverage of the Hardee's 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway on ESPN. Back in just a moment. Thanks for stopping. Good to see you. Yeah, what? Yeah? Yeah. Way to go, Neil. Neil, did you bring the globe in bump? Okay, I was going to say, we could say that, yeah. Okay.
You were talking about the Olympics?
Mm-hmm.
You know what you meant with the Olympics?
No, I was going to say this. We've covered 52,690 miles of Winston Cup racing twice around the world. We can say that. Okay.
Yeah, died.
Track facts are brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
Some of the simplest appearing parts of a Winston Cup car really require minute calculations. If you're going to build a spoiler, you start with the Winston Cup rule book, which tells you the maximum square inches allowed is 264, unless you're at a speedway like Daytona or Talladega, where you can go up to 280. Now, John Dotson here will measure and determine that the maximum height NASCAR allows is 5 1/4 inches. You take 5 1/4 inches and determine the length of the spoiler, which would figure to be 50 1/4 inches. You put those two measurements, width times length, in the calculator, and hope you're within the NASCAR rules, and they certainly are, 263.8 square inches. Now, to determine the angle of the spoiler, John takes his angle finder, puts it on the side of this aluminum spoiler, and determines it's 55 degrees, which is where many of the teams will run their spoilers throughout the year on intermediate and short tracks. You're allowed down to 30 degrees on the super speedways at Daytona and Talladega, but you would never run one that shallow on other tracks unless you have a burning desire to rebuild your race car.
Well, that's how they're configured and how they're built, but boy, they're an essential part of a race car, especially on those super speedways. Field still under caution here at Atlanta. By the way, we mentioned earlier that this was the site of our first live Winston Cup telecast 10 years ago. This is ESPN's 131st Winston Cup telecast. And at the end of today's race, we will have covered for you 52,690 miles of competition. That's twice around the globe. Did I figure that right? Let's see. Yeah, that's right.
How many of those 131 did you do? Have you missed? Okay, how many have you missed?
I really don't know. I probably haven't missed more than 10 or 15, I wouldn't.
No wonder you look so rough, all those miles.
The last one I missed was a year ago at Phoenix when I had my kidney stone problem and backache, but Dale Jarrett has re-entered pit road as we watch from the in-car camera, and let's get an update on what his problem is.
Well, he cut down a tire. What happened, one of the tailpipe bracket broke off. He ran over it. And so what they've had to do is they've had to strap up the tailpipes with some rubber straps. Now, apparently they didn't get them up quite enough because they're going around to the right side of the car. Got a couple of jacks, so they may have to tighten something up under there to keep the tailpipe from the header from falling all the way off. But just a very disappointing day. I talked to this crew earlier today. They were very excited about the possibilities of today. Dale will jump out of this car after this year and drive for that new team, which is owned by football coach, Washington Redskins football coach Joe Gibbs. Now he's away.
Dale Jarrett off of pit road once again. In case you missed it, Dale Earnhardt is the 1991 Winston Cup champion. The battle for second place continues, however. Now remember, Ricky Rudd was third in points going in. He's 12th right now, and Davey Allison has had his problems and finds himself 7 laps down. Back in a moment. What's his name? Okay.
Maybe we can find out what Tony Glover.
Hey, Chocolate just walked over to Tim Brewer and said, hey, you guys can make it from here, can't you?
Hey, Jerry.
By the way, Tony Glover's grandfather had a heart attack 2 days ago. He's in critical condition back in Tennessee. And his name is James Walter Gilliam. And Tony's going to fly out here as soon as the race is over on the charter jet back home to be at the bedside. The guy's a big ESPN and a big race fan.
Okay.
You get that?
James Walter Gilliam.
Okay. Bob got it.
Grandfather. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
You're old and red.
Is in turn 2, having just taken the green flag to resume our competition. 173 laps completed. Dale Earnhardt is at the head of the field. Mark Martin running in second position. Third is Harry Gant. Fourth, Sterling Marlin. And fifth is Bill Elliott.
Uh-oh, 3 abreast. Look out. Well, they made it so far anyway.
Kowicki was a little sideways in the turn. He's in 14th position, by the way. The first car not on the lead lap. There are 13 that are on the lead lap.
And they just kind of elbowed him out of the way.
There's Sterling Marlin in car number 12. That is Hutch Strickland in car number 12.
Also a lap down. Yeah, 15th position. Moved up to 14th now.
This is the third fastest racetrack on the NASCAR schedule, next to Talladega and Daytona. John Kernan has an update on Dale Jarrett's problem. John?
Well, Bob, at first what they had thought was a piece of the tailpipe to come off a bracket. It actually, the starter came off, and when it did, it hit Kyle Petty's windshield. Kyle has some glass in his eye. We're told that he flushed it out as best he could. He is going to try and stay out there and drive as long as he can, but just in case, they've asked Michael Waltrip to put back his uniform on and to be prepared to climb in the Mellow Yellow Pontiac.
Michael Waltrip, of course, was the first car eliminated from competition when his Pennzoil Pontiac hit the wall up in turn number 3. Davey Allison, the third car in your screen, is 7 laps down. Now he is in 34th position at the moment.
Did you see Mark Martin's car hit that speedy driver? Did he blow up there?
No, I believe he hit that speedy driver. He had moved to the inside of the track to let David go by knowing that he was 10 laps down. So he just moved over to let him go, and he got down in that quick drive. Now David's going to try to get one of those laps back by moving around Dale Earnhardt.
Here comes Harry again. The green car, green and white car. He's the third place car.
And Davey now is 6 laps down as he unlaps himself once, but let's see if he can let it stick. Earnhardt is at the bottom of the racetrack. Now he got down into that speedy dry.
Earnhardt trying to get up as wide as he possibly can to take Davey Allison's line into the corner, and it almost worked, or did it work?
Well, Ellison has a lot of horsepower coming off the turn, going down the straightaway. Boy, Earnhardt pinches him up against that wall. That's by design, too.
Martin now in a position to take over the lead. He's at the top of the track. He does have the lead. Mark Martin.
As Ned's always talking about, what a great run they get off the top of the racetrack here. Get that momentum going, and are able to go down the straightaway so much faster than the guy on the inside. But here comes Earnhardt back on the inside.
Now he's having the ball right now, fellas. He really enjoys this kind of racing.
Harry Gant just watching all this.
He said, if you open a little bit wider, I'll go between you. No, he knows better than that. He don't know which one to follow. Harry Gant knows. He said, which one of you guys is going to come out the leader? That's the one I want to follow. So he just sort of run along the middle of the track. That's Harry Gant. Of course, that's Strickland lap down.
Boy, Harry could sure top off what has been a wonderful season for him if he could come home a winner today after that 4-race win streak he had in September.
Almost won that 5th in a row. Remember North Wilkesboro?
Yeah, I do.
When he had lost that brake caliper or O-ring with just a few laps to go, Earnhardt won the race.
The side-by-side battle is for the lead. Earnhardt and Mark Martin, the two that fought for the championship last year that Earnhardt won. Because Dale clinched the championship by simply starting today's race, hey, that gives him the incentive to go out there and battle everyone and win the race, and he is doing that.
Yeah, you wouldn't see him racing like this if he was battling for the championship, but he loves it to be in this position. Nothing he likes to do better than what he's doing there right now. Mark Martin the same way, though. I mean, he loves that close competition.
And boy, Mark would sure like to register a win today. He hasn't won at all this year in Winston Cup competition.
No, we think we got a good seat. How about Harry Gant? He might have the best seat in the house.
Just sitting there watching the two guys battle it out.
Looks like Mark Martin's got him. He does have him now. Can Harry Gant go up past Earnhardt?
Now Martin will be able to take the line that he wants to around the racetrack, which might be a little faster than what he has been running the last several laps.
Yeah, we can see Martin already has moved down on the racetrack.
Although Mark Martin has a lead right now, Dale Earnhardt was the leader when we did our Western Auto race summary and led 34 of the 175 laps. 4 caution periods today for a total of 26 circuits. 15 leaders among 11 drivers. The average speed of the race, 130.91 miles an hour. Those drivers that have led a lap include Earnhardt, Mark Elliott, Davey Allison, Ernie Irvin, Bobby Hillin led for a while. So did Ted Musgrave under yellow. Bobby Hamilton, Waltrip, Jeff Bodine, and Harry Gant have also been scored as lap leaders. Only 4 cars officially listed out of the race at the moment. Michael Waltrip, Ken Schrader, Jimmy Spencer, and Mike Wallace, and all but Spencer crashed. The standings in the Mechanic of the Year. Larry McReynolds has the lead by 10 points over Danny Glad from Alan Kulwicki's team. Robin Pemberton and Bob Johnson are tied for 3rd, and Tony Glover is 4th in the Mechanic of the Year standings from Western Auto.
Mark Martin now beginning to stretch out a little bit over Earnhardt.
And you brought up a good point, just a moment ago. The fact he can now run the line he wants to around the racetrack. He can use a much faster race car than Earnhardt right now to pull away.
Mark Martin is the leader of the Hardee's 500 with Dale Earnhardt running in 2nd position. We're glad you could join us on this Sunday afternoon from Atlanta Motor Speedway. We'll take a break and be right back.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. He's running 4th.
Bill Elliott's going to be tough in this race.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Elliott is?
Yeah, they don't
Wreck him here.
Yeah.
In our booth today, we've had 3 different. In the House of Pain tonight at 8 o'clock, NFL football action. The Cleveland Browns against the Houston Oilers. Should be a great one. And you can start your football night off with NFL primetime at 7 o'clock Eastern. The game itself at 8 o'clock tonight here on ESPN. The Cleveland Browns against the Houston Oilers. On the racetrack, it is still Mark Martin leading 2nd place. Dale Earnhardt 3rd place. Harry Gant, and that battle is heating up. The number 5 car of Ricky Rudd, who came into this race 3rd in the point standings, now finds himself in 13th position. Now, if the race were to end right now, he would finish in 2nd position because Davey Allison has had electrical problems and is 34th. Let's get an update on Ricky Rudd from John Kernan.
Well, Bob, right now he must have his fingers crossed because the water temperature is starting to creep up on the gauge as the engine temperature is rising. That could present quite a problem for them, and later on down the road they've had the spotter check the front grille. They say there's no debris. You should be getting plenty of air into the radiator to cool it. They're not sure what the problem could be right now, but it's still too early to push the panic button, but it's something that we should keep an eye on.
So don't go away. That 2nd place battle has not been settled in Winston Cup points, and the difference between 2nd and 3rd is what, $105,000? Is that right?
$105,000. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Well, here's a good battle going on. That's Bobby Hillen in the Longhorn Stakes car number 53, and Derek Koch, and the car number 68 of Bobby Hamilton.
Jeff Bodine and Ernie Irvin also in that race. Ernie Irvin, one of the leaders of the race, and had some real strength earlier on, has fallen back and is back racing back. Let's see, that's the 11th spot. 12th spot, I guess, because Jeff Bodine is just past Ernie 411.
Well, it's interesting to see the variety of grooves that the drivers are using around this racetrack.
Well, if it's 3 o'clock and you're just joining us here, you can take a look at how the field stands at this point with 192 out of the 328 laps completed in the Hardee's 500 as ESPN wraps up the 1991 Winston Cup season here at Atlanta Motor Speedway today. Dale Earnhardt clinched the championship by simply taking the green flag. That has been decided, and now we see who's going to win this race and who's going to win some of the other point positions that are being fought for this afternoon. We've had 4 caution periods, 3 crashes. Mike Wallace was taken to a local hospital to be checked for a shoulder injury. The others involved in crashes, Ken Schrader and Michael Waltrip, were not injured.
Jeff Bodine started on the outside pole here today and expected to have a real good run, but it just hasn't materialized. He has been up there running and has led the race as a result of green flag pit stops, but he's sort of struggled back in the field a little bit. So is Ernie Irvin, as Benny just pointed out there a few minutes ago. I don't know if that Kodak Chevrolet is just not handling too well or what the situation is. But
yeah, that's the outside pole sitter and the 3rd qualifier. The 11 and the 4 qualified 2nd and 3rd here this afternoon. But at this point in the race, they aren't showing that kind of strength.
And of course, Jeff Bodine is running his last race for Junior Johnson in the Budweiser Ford, as Jeff Bodine will be moving to the Bud Moore team for the 1992 season.
Yeah, we'll have to re-educate ourselves during the winter because there will be a number of drivers in different cars for 1992.
Different numbers, different colors as new sponsors come in. The 15 machine driven by Morgan Shepherd. Now, this guy likes Atlanta Motor Speedway. He was the winner of this race last year. We ride with him right now. And currently, Morgan Shepherd is in 4th place.
And we can see right out the rear window of that Motorcraft Ford, we would see Bill Elliott. There he is, Bill Elliott right behind Morgan. He's 5th place car. Bill Elliott was the pole sitter here this afternoon. His last race in this number 9 car after 10 years of racing with Harry Mellon.
And of course, Morgan Shepherd will be moving on to the Wood Brothers next year. This is the last race for he and the Bud Moore team.
And of course, the Bill Elliott situation is the world's worst kept secret, as Bill Elliott has 34 victories with Melling Racing as he completes his tenure with them here today. First win was back in 1983 at Riverside. Some of the highlights, of course, the Winston Million that we showed you on ESPN at Darlington in 1985. Won his second Daytona 500 in 87. He won the championship in 84, and Rusty Wallace has crashed. Rusty Wallace crashes in turn number 4. The Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac is badly damaged in the right front corner of that car. And the driver, who was running in 6th position, is moving around inside the race car and coming out. Looks like Rusty is uninjured. But another crash has brought out the caution flag here in Atlanta. Bobby Hill into the 53 car, apparently also involved in that incident up there in turn 3 and 4. Safety crew arrives on the scene, but Rusty did get out of the car. There he is sitting on the pit wall. Boy, it was here 2 years ago that Rusty Wallace was jumping on the top and the hood of the car, celebrating his Winston Cup championship.
One reason that Rusty jumped out so quickly was there was some fire. When he hit the wall, he must have knocked the oil, the fuel pump off or something, because there was some fire earlier on. It went out pretty quickly.
Replay of the crash as he got up into the wall, and then some fire does come out from the rear end.
And I think he's putting some oil down as all that's happening. Perhaps he did break an oil line or bust the reserve tank or something.
Don't think Rusty's seriously injured, but although I think he does, he has had his bell rung pretty good. He's going to walk to the ambulance and will be taken to the infield medical center, which is here on the main straightaway, to be checked over by the attending medics.
Well, certainly not the way that Rusty Wallace wanted to end the 1991 season. It's been a good year for him, though. It's the first year for the Roger Penske team to have 2 victories, and came into this race 10th place in the point standings. And I think he'll stay there. He was far enough ahead of Bill Elliott, who is in 11th place, that he doesn't have to worry about losing, getting out of the top 10.
Rusty Wallace was a winner of this race in 1988, and pit road becomes very busy once again as Mark Martin, Earnhardt, and others come in. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, Bob, sometimes they confuse me with Jerry.
What's your name?
It's a 4-tire change. It's, I don't know. What's his name? Morgan Shepherd, a 4-tire change. Right side's already on, left's going on. Dale Earnhardt is in. Let's go down to Jerry.
And they will change all 4 tires. Martin on top of your screen, Earnhardt on the bottom. They have made a chassis adjustment on the Goodrich Chevrolet, and you just heard from John, what's his name, up pit road. He was talking about the pit stop that they were making on Morgan Shepherd's car. Mark Martin is down and away, and now Earnhardt is out, and Morgan Shepherd is just behind Mark Martin. So Martin, Shepherd, and Earnhardt back to turn 1. Let's go back upstairs.
Well, they made a pretty major chassis adjustment on Dale Earnhardt's car, and then if I was right in watching that, they were putting wedge in the car, putting more weight on the left side of the car.
And there's a car who has some major damage to it as it's back in the garage area now. Rusty Wallace hitting the wall up in turn number 3, bringing out our 5th caution of the day. We'll be back with more live from Atlanta in a moment. Howdy doody time?
What happened to that car?
I don't know. There's a car on the hook. Did he crash also?
The 89 car? 89?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What time is it, Neil? Oh, it's Buffet Benny time.
Oh,
all right.
Don't show that today. I didn't have time for lunch.
Here, have some cheese.
Of course, after we see this, we might not want to eat. I don't know.
At least
Benny cooking. Benny cooking.
Okay. Caution is still out on lap 201 here at Atlanta as a crash up in turn number 3 has eliminated Rusty Wallace. Just had some pit stops. Jerry Punch was there for the Dale Earnhardt stop.
We made mention they had made a major chassis adjustment on the Earnhardt Goodwin Chevrolet, and Ned Jarrett was saying up top, you know, it was a big-time adjustment, and you're right, Ned, indeed it was. What they were doing was taking a couple rounds of bite out of the car. Earnhardt is complaining the car is a little bit too tight. The car feels comfortable to drive, but they have to loosen the car, but they're going to have a chance to run with that 6 car. They can run with about anybody else, but that 6 car may have a little more muscle than they have right now, so they have no choice but to loosen it up just a little bit more. Back upstairs.
We'll see how it goes when the green flag comes out. Jim Sauter, by the way, his car is also coming into the garage area on the back of a wrecker, so he also involved in an incident on the racetrack. Well, kids, you know what time it is. As we look at the people who are preparing their food down in the infield, it's time for the final 1991 edition of Buffet Benny.
Miss my lunch break.
The service in this restaurant is ridiculous. I've been here an hour. Where's our food?
Hey, guys, where's the chicken at? Let's go. Just a minute, I'm trying to get this stuff cooked. Just give me a break. Will. Man.
I can't even get a bite to eat. Man, I'm trying to cook this chicken. Who eats all this chicken anyway? Man. Oh, finally a break. These people working me to death. But a break with chicken, coleslaw, potatoes. And these biscuits are wonderful. Not bad. I cook pretty good.
Well, it's appropriate. It's appropriate that the Hardee's 500 would find Benny feasting at Hardee's, and not only feasting, but cooking his product.
Good thing the season's over, isn't it?
I'm not so sure.
Now, I would imagine that the service in these Hardee stores is better than they were getting that day.
As long as Benny isn't cooking the chicken, the service is excellent, yes. Still under caution at Atlanta. We are televising our final Winston Cup race of 1991. We'll be right back. Track. Yeah. And the field has just taken the green flag to resume the racing on lap 205. The leader is Mark Martin. The 42 car of Kyle Petty just unlapped himself. Now the 3 and the 15 cars are battling side by side for position. That's Earnhardt and Shepard.
Earnhardt taking that spot away from Morgan Shepard.
Yeah, Shepard beat him out of the pits. You know, they're the Unocal World Pit Crew Champions this year, the Bud Moore team. But Earnhardt, that chassis adjustment seems to be working well for him right now. He's heading back towards the front.
And an update on Kyle Petty from John Kernan.
Well, we thought that they might have changed drivers on this last caution period, but there's so much glass inside of Kyle's car, he's a bit wary about climbing out, letting Michael climb in. He's afraid Michael may cut himself from the glass. So right now, Kyle is only suffering from where he got cut around the nose. You understand he got most of the glass flushed out of his eye, and it looks like he's running really well out there.
Yeah, he had a great start.
Yeah, he's running in 13th position, the last car on the lead lap. He got around Mark Martin there on that restart to get back in the lead lap, but he's going to have a tough time staying out there, fellas.
Alan Kowicki is also trying to unlap himself. Oh, look at the traffic on the high side of the racetrack. And that's Darrell Waltrip.
Darrell Waltrip off the pace up high in the corner, and as we're watching this, Rick Wilson has blown an engine in the Snickers Buick going down the back straightaway, but evidently Waltrip has a flat tire or some kind of problem. Darrell gets Scarlett on the inside of the racetrack.
Yeah, he's dropping off the pace and trying to get to the inside and out of everybody's way. Larry Pearson goes around. Dave Marcus passes on the inside while Rick Mast goes to the outside of Darrell. Waltrip heads for pit road. Darrell was running in 11th position.
And of course was still in the lead lap.
Jerry Punch will watch this tire change.
Apparently a right rear tire going down on the Western Auto Chevrolet after Darrell Waltrip had climbed his way back in the top 15 and almost the top 10, running in 11th spot. Jeff Hammond and the crew, Doug Reichert going to the right side of the car. They will change all 4 tires. Doesn't take any chance here, guys. Go ahead and change all 4 when they got him in here. He's going to lose a lap. Wait a minute. They have taken the lugs. They have loosened some lugs off the left front tire, and they went ahead and motioned him out. So, you know, obviously we'll have to bring him back in.
Well, that'll be a costly mistake. And as Dina Carson mentioned, Rick Wilson in the Snickers Buick, which will become a Ford in 1992, apparently blew an engine, and he has taken his car to the garage area.
And Rick was on the lead lap when that incident happened, so 2 cars that were on the lead lap just moments ago, Rick Wilson and Darrell Waltrip, are now either a lap down or out of the race.
Well, Rick Wilson is definitely out of the race. He is in the garage area, and Darrell would be a lap down, I think, in the car number 17.
They must have put the lug nuts back on that left front, because he did not come back in the pits. You see Darrell still high on the racetrack. That seems to be where his car is working well the best today. Working the best today.
Back up front, it is still Mark Martin leading this race. Second place is Earnhardt, and then comes the 15 and the 33 cars, Shepard and Gant, 3rd and 4th. This is the bumper cam looking from Morgan Shepard's car back to Harry Gant.
Gant closes in the middle of the corner, but as they come off the corner, even in the draft, he can't close up.
Can you run flat out around this racetrack?
No, you have to back off the gas, the accelerator. Right there, going in the corner, you back off the gas, and then in the middle of the corner, back on the accelerator. There we see Morgan and Harry again. Cars equal now. There's the second place car of Dale Earnhardt right in front of these cars.
Mark Martin won $10,000 today from right guard when he led at the halfway point, and Matthew Dreyer, 34-year-old individual from Sherman, Connecticut, knew that Mark was leading at the halfway point, and Matthew Dreyer is the winner of a 1992 Pontiac Grand Prix, and we congratulate him. His quote was, "I love Dale Earnhardt, but I sure know Mark Martin now." Congratulations to Matthew Dreyer, winner of a Pontiac Grand Prix in the right guard halfway challenge. Jerry Punch has a report on pit road.
explain a couple of things first. This is the right rear tire off Darrell Waltrip's car. They had, see this puncture right here? They put a little bit of water on it so you can see the air leaking out. And they changed the right side tires. There's a crew member that comes around to the left side of the car and takes the lug nuts off. And he took 3 lug nuts off the left front wheel. And I went to the back to watch him change the 4 tires. Apparently he put those 3 lug nuts back on, hit him quickly with the gun, and sent him out. Unfortunately, Darrell Waltrip had lug nuts on the left front. Back upstairs.
He's currently being shown in the 17th position, 1 lap behind the leader.
Is Mark Martin on his way to his first win of the 1991 season in the final race. He's leading right now at the end of 215 laps. All right, sir.
Looked like what we did to Earnhardt's car there.
Oh, no. How come? Debris. Well, who did make up a lap that time? Did anybody?
No, nobody, no one did.
Okay. All right. Dale Earnhardt has already been crowned the winner of the Winston Cup for 1991, but we've still got the winner of the Hardee's 500 to decide here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we're live today from Hampton, Georgia. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? By Channel Lock, made in America for you who want the best. And by ESPN Home Video, producers and distributors of Richard Petty and STP. To order, call 1-800-662-1400. The caution is out because of debris on the racetrack, and that sends the leaders, those on the lead lap, back into the pit area.
I'm kind of surprised, Ed. I thought some of the fellows would stay on the racetrack because it'd only been a few laps since they'd pitted.
Be interesting to see if they change 4 tires again or if they just gas and go. What's going to be the story, Jerry?
There's Marky Shepard already coming down pit road.
Well, guys, what they're going to try to do is make sure they leave no stone unturned. Remember that cut tire I showed you a minute ago on Darrell Waltrip's car? There's been some debris on the racetrack, so NASCAR, in the interest of safety, as Mark Martin leaves and Dale Earnhardt now comes off the jack after changing 4 tires, they wanted to make sure there would be no more problem with cut tires if they could help it. They put the caution out to sweep the racetrack and make sure it's nice and clean so we get good, clean, and most importantly, safe competition here for the remainder of this event.
And there is the sweeper out on the racetrack, making sure that nothing is out there that can cut a tire. We'll take another break and be back with more live from Atlanta.
Right now, 9th Sterling Marlin, 10th Ricky Rush, and the 11th
racetrack for people like Johnny Mance, who won the first race back in 1950 here. Bonnie Flop, Buck Baker. Bill Elliott is racing into the record book. Bill Elliott is going toward immortality. Bill Elliott gets the checkered flag. Bill Elliott has won an additional $1 million in 1985.
Larry Newber with the call of the Winston Million win in 1985. It's just part of what will be on December 6th at 7:30 Eastern. A decade of excellence as we document the last 10 years of Winston Cup coverage here on ESPN. There's Bill Elliott, current colors. He was the pole sitter for today's race. Darrell Waltrip has hit something, or something has hit him. Jerry?
Well, NASCAR had him come back down pit road to try to fix what's left of the front bumper on his Chevrolet Lumina. You see Doug Reichert, Jeff Hammond, and the crew now pulling. A lot of that is fiberglass. They're going to try to tape as much as they can to try to maintain some aerodynamics. We heard Bob Jenkins mention this is the third quickest track they run on all year long behind Talladega and Daytona. So those aerodynamics and being able to push some air out of the way is very important. So they're working on the front of the car. Let's go back upstairs to Bob Jenkins.
Here is what happened to cause the damage that they're working on. Watch the car pulling out of the pit area. That is Kyle Petty, and Waltrip comes out and doesn't see apparently Kyle in his path, and the two collide.
So both those cars are back in the pits. We're watching them work on Darrell Waltrip's car. Also, Kyle Petty's car is sitting behind Darrell Waltrip, and they're adjusting the toe in on the problem because when Darrell hit him, he knocked the toe in out.
219 laps now completed out of 328. They're in the top 5 in the Hardee's 500. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway under caution because of debris on the racetrack. A thorough cleaning of the racetrack is going on. Well, that gives us an opportunity to show you one of the many things that occurred here before the racing weekend began. Now there's Jeff Hammond of the Darrell Waltrip crew doing his duty today, but a little bit earlier in the week he was involved with some other competitors and other members of crews in a skeet shoot not too far from Atlanta Motor Speedway. This is kind of a charitable thing, and everybody of course was given instructions on how to use their particular gun. Michael Waltrip was among those that participated. And Chad Little. Sorry about that, Chad.
I think you missed.
And there's a guy that throws the skeets that you shoot out. We talked to some of the competitors during the event.
Off in the sunset.
Well, I'll tell you what, I got a little bit more control of what I'm doing with that number 28 than I do with the shotgun. At least it appears that way right now.
It's a lot of fun. It's harder than it looks, too. I didn't think it was going to be that hard to hit these skeets, but I'm not doing so good so far.
The first annual Fun Shoot at Atlanta Motor Speedway, one of the many events preceding the action here this afternoon. How'd it go, Mike?
I didn't know Michael was left-handed.
Wonder how many sore shoulders they had after that. Well, those guns had a little kick.
Work continues on the Darrell Waltrip car. You ever shoot any skeet, Benny?
No, I have not, as a matter of fact.
You, Ned?
Used to shoot some squirrels here and back, but those
here and
things,
there.
no.
Waltrip moves back out onto the racetrack. And the field is beginning to reform now for resumption of the race. Just a little more than 100 laps to go in this event. Race average speed, by the way, is 129.019 miles an hour.
We see Davey Allison on the bottom, and in that Haviland Star, Ford Thunderbird, he's made up 2 laps. He's now just 5 laps down. Ricky Rudd doesn't want to see him keep making up too many laps, because right now Rudd would finish second in the Winston Cup point standings.
Davey could make up another one right here if he gets off to a good jump. Green flag comes out. The leader of the race,
Morgan Shepherd in the 15 car.
Good pit work again by the Bud Moore crew, but look, here's
Earnhardt.
Earnhardt is now the leader of the race.
And you're going to Harry Gant on the inside of Mark Martin.
And Ernie Irvin is coming up. Those 4 cars there, Martin, Gant, Shepherd, and Irvin are battling for position.
Now Earnhardt almost loses as he gets alongside the 7 car.
And Alan Kowicki trying to get back in the lead lap. And Morgan Shepherd off to a bad start on that restart.
Well, he didn't put any tires on there. Remember, he
put
fuel
right.
only.
Just fuel, and boy, that makes a difference.
Alan Kowicki, the number 7 car, is a lap down, currently in 11th position. There are 10 cars on the lead lap.
Boy, Davey Allison, once he pulled around, he just drove away from him as he did a little bit earlier. So now he is only 4 laps down, or 4 at that distance.
Mark Martin now beginning to close in on Earnhardt. And Harry Gant is in 3rd, and Harry has been in the hunt all day long. He began this race from 9th position and has been in the top 5 just about all race long.
And it looks like Ernie Irvin's going better than he did for a while. He was strong in the first part of the race in the Kodak Chevrolet, and then he had a period of time there that just didn't run too good. In fact, he struggled even to stay on the lead lap for a while, but now he's back up in the running in 4th place.
Harry Gant showing a little bit more aggression than we've seen the last 200 laps of the race. It's getting down to crunch time, and Harry Gant says, okay, I'm going to go for the front. That's what it looks like anyway. Mark's car looks like he's just dancing around off these corners and has all day, Ned.
Yeah, it shows a lot of strength as he's doing right now. Ooh, they get close coming off the turn.
They have touched a couple of times, and they did then as Mark Martin goes to the front.
Took the long way around on the outside. Harry Gant said, well, let me try that.
That looked pretty easy. Mark, I'll try that.
And look at him begin to pull away now. Now Earnhardt gives Gant some running room, or does he? Maybe not enough.
Our field summary for you once again.
3:30. Time for the field summary.
For another update. Again, this is computer generated and is up to the minute information.
And Harry Gant just goes by on the outside of Dale Earnhardt. Mark Martin, Harry Gant, Dale Earnhardt, 1, 2, 3.
And Ernie Irvin not too far behind in 4th spot. Morgan Shepherd, who was leading when this green flag came out, has fallen back to 5th.
And we see Alan Kowicki sandwiched in between Dale Earnhardt and the Ernie Irvin car. Allen was penalized on a green flag pit stop. That's how he got a lap down. He apparently came into the pits too long. They held him for 15 seconds, and that was just enough that he put him a lap down. And he's been running up there with the front runners, but he just can't quite get up there and get back in the lead lap.
There's your Winston Cup champion for 1991. Dale wins consecutive Winston Cups, 1990 and 91. Who was the most recent driver to win consecutive Winston Cups?
Dale Earnhardt.
Exactly.
That's a trick question, wasn't it?
And only one driver has ever won it 3 times in a row. And you know who that was.
Yep.
Well, tell him.
As soon as he finds in his book, he'll tell you.
Well, don't look. It's Cale Yarborough.
Cale Yarborough.
Yeah, driving for Junior Johnson, right.
Mark Martin is the leader of the race with now 98 laps to go in this race. We've completed 2:30, and we'll be back in a moment.
Sorry, Bob. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's okay. I
figured you'd just whip it right out there.
It was right here.
I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to stump you. I was just...
We can do some more of those. Before Earnhardt, it was Waltrip.
Ooh, baby. Baby. Earnhardt says, you sucker.
He's the best at that, or anybody out there.
Yeah.
The Hardee's 500, and Harry Gant runs in second position. Pretty good battle back here for third. That's Ernie Irvin and Dale Earnhardt battling for that spot. Alan Kowicki is not on the lead lap, but look who is in fourth position. That's Bill Elliott.
Yeah, he's been coming back ever since he got that lap down, Bob. I think he's going to be a factor in this race.
And again, he is the only driver eligible for that Unocal bonus money, which amounts to $174,800. We have not had a pole winner win a race since April of this year when Rusty Wallace did it at Bristol.
And Bill hates to see that money stay in the bank all during the winter.
Boy, wouldn't that be a shame?
Working on Earnhardt.
Morgan Shepherd is not out of the hunt by any means. He's following Bill Elliott.
Well, as we mentioned, Benny mentioned that he didn't put tires on during that last caution, only took on gas. Got him back out first, but on those first few laps, while the others had new tires on, that's when it hurt the most. Now, after they've run the number of laps that they have now, that advantage has gone away to some degree. He's back running a comparable speed now to at least Elliott and Earnhardt.
There's that glare that we talked about earlier, the third turn.
There's Elliott making a move on the inside up there. Morgan Shepherd looking out his front window, but he couldn't quite get by Earnhardt that time. He'll try him again off turn 2.
This is a battle for fourth.
Gets that momentum going and is able to drive up on the outside of Bill Elliott. This time Elliott beats him bad in the middle of the corner and pulls up in front of Dale.
That adjustment they made on Earnhardt's car didn't fix it totally. Still running good, but it's in the center of the corner, Ben. It's just not doing what he needs for it to do.
The lead, meanwhile, Martin. You know, if Dale Earnhardt doesn't win this race at Atlanta, he'll be the first champion who has failed to lead the series in wins since he was the champion in 1986.
And right behind Mark Martin is Harry Gant. Just about 20-25 car lengths. There he is, Harry Gant. I don't know, he might have gained a few car lengths on Mark Martin in the last few laps.
I think he is closing in a little bit.
You know, those people was telling me down in the Skull pit, Leo Jackson, those guys, that car that Harry Gant has here is one of the cars that I drove when I drove for Leo Jackson.
Okay.
Well, so much for the new cars.
So much for the time.
Well, there are many drivers who are still looking for a win in 1991. Morgan Shepherd's last victory was a year ago today here at Atlanta. Mark Martin is our leader right now, and he is looking for his first since North Wilkesboro last year. Derek Cope has had a disappointing season in 1991, not winning since Dover of last year. And Brett Bodine, remember his great victory at North Wilkesboro last year, he is still winless in 1991. We're inside Morgan Shepherd's car. Now, Morgan is in the top 5. And, of course, Mark Martin is the leader of the race. So 2 of those do stand a chance of breaking into the winner's circle in 1991. We'll decide that in the next few laps here at Atlanta.
talking too much.
Okay. See what they did? That isn't a balloon, is it? It's just another banner. Okay. Oh, this is the one you can nail me on. This is Bodine at North Wilkesboro. Oh, shoot. Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway. We're located about 30 miles south of Atlanta itself in Hampton, Georgia. And the new Atlanta Motor Speedway's track owner Bruton Smith is pouring millions of dollars into this facility. A new grandstand in place for this event, and a lot more improvements are planned. Well, Mark Martin is the leader of this race in the Folgers Ford, owned by Jack Roush. Now we'll do our pan back and show you the other cars on the racetrack. Second place, that far behind, is Harry Gant.
I think he's losing a little bit of time now to Mark Martin. Martin's pulling away because Mark Martin is pulling back up on Davey Allison. Let's go ahead back here. Who's behind Harry Gant?
Well, that would be Ted Musgrave, one of the contenders for Rookie of the Year. He came into this race 13 points behind Bobby Hamilton in the battle for Rookie of the Year. And he is
currently in 32nd spot.
And then comes the 4 car, the Kodak Chevrolet of Ernie Irvin, who is in 3rd position at the moment.
Next car is Bill Elliott, currently running 4th. He was a pole sitter this afternoon. Can pick up a $175,000 bonus if he can just win the race.
Alan Kulwicki got a lap down earlier, has not been able to make it up. He is the first car on the lead lap, on the lap down in 11th spot.
Then comes the car number 3 of Dale Earnhardt, the 1991 Winston Cup champion, 5th position at the moment.
Morgan Shepherd is their 6th place car, the Motorcraft Ford. As I said, we said earlier that Morgan Shepherd is going to be running for the Wood Brothers next year. Hud Strickland, the Rebestis Buick, is the next car on the racetrack, car number 12. And he is currently in 18th spot.
Right behind him is Jeff Bodine in car number 11. He is on the lead lap in 7th spot. Jeff Bodine in the Junior Johnson car.
Derek Cope, the Pure Leather Chevrolet, is the next car. Car number 10. He's the 12th place car. There's Derek. Bob Whitcomb on automobile.
One of those that we mentioned just a few minutes ago is having won in 1990, but not so far in 91.
There's Greg Sachs. Car number 47, the Kanawha Insurance. Derek Clostone car from Fort Mill, South Carolina. He is in 8th spot. Good run for Derek. And then I hear that he's going to run for the Hedrick team next year.
That's my understanding. The Kellogg Cornflakes team of Larry Hedrick that Larry Pearson has been driving for. And then, of course, here comes the Sterling Marlin car, the Maxwell House Junior Johnson car in 9th position at the moment.
Good run for Sterling Marlin again. He's been very, very competitive in the second half of the season. Now there is the number 5 car, Ricky Rudd. 10th position in the race and does stand a chance at least of moving into 2nd place in the point standings. There's Kenny Wallace in the 24 car, and he finds himself in 27th position.
And he's going to drive this car the entire season in 1992. Bobby Hamilton, the Country Time Oldsmobile, currently 22nd, leader of the Rookie of the Year award.
And Brent Bodine. Here's Bill Elliott taking over the 3rd position from Ernie Irvin. And we'll go back to Brent Bodine in the Kenny Bernstein Quaker State Buick. That'll become a Ford next year in 13th position as he moves around Kenny Wallace.
We've already talked about Wallace. Here is Darrell Waltrip in 14th position, showing that damage on the right front of the car when he collided with Kyle Petty on pit road.
There's 66, Randy LaJoy, Bill Yarborough's Tripartite Bill 66 car, being passed by Terry Labonte in the Sunoco Oldsmobile. That's Terry Labonte. Labonte is in 19th spot, and 66 is in 27th spot.
A couple of laps difference between those guys. There's the 66 car again, driven by Randy LaJoy.
Big Apple Market Chevrolet, Dave Marcus, 15th spot. Good run for Dave in the black 71, a car he borrowed from Richard Childress.
And we'll let Ned talk about his son.
Well, Dale Jarrett, 2 laps down, being shown in 20th position, an unscheduled pit stop for a flat tire. Put him back there in 20th place, and they've had some other problems with the sit-go forward, but still out there going.
That, of course, is the last run for Dale Jarrett in the Wood Brothers car as he joins the new Joe Gibbs team in 1992. And Benny did a piece for Speed Week on that test session at Martinsville recently. Here's Kyle Petty in 16th position, the metal yellow Pontiac.
There's Larry Pearson in the Kellogg's Cornflakes Chevrolet we talked about a moment ago that Greg Sachs is going to run next year. He's 17th. And Rick Mast in the Skoll Classic Oldsmobile, number 1.
Now here's a battle, fellas. Heat is trying to stay in the top 20 in the Winston Cup point standings coming into this race. I think he only had about 4 points over Joe Ruttman coming in, so that's a good battle. They're trying to stay in there to get some of that money.
And of course the king, Richard Petty. There's Davey Allison, who now is 4 laps down in 25th after experiencing an electrical problem. There's the leader, Mark Martin. We're going to let him go, and we'll talk about Joe Ruttman now, who, as Ned mentioned, is in a battle to stay in 20th position and be the final one that earns bonus money.
Ruttman in 21st right now.
95, Eddie Beerswall, San Antonio, Texas. And we go back to the lead and Mark Martin.
And there is Mark approaching some slower traffic. Here in the closing laps of the Hardee's 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Back in a moment.
On the final lap of the race, here comes the field down for the white flag. 1 more to go. Rudd is inside of Dale Earnhardt as they go into turn number 1, and both of them spin.
And Jeff Bodine takes the lead.
Earnhardt spins along with Ricky Rudd. Here comes Jeff Bodine, who'll come down and win the Holly Farms 400. Bodine wins, and all of that will be.
And all of that will be replayed on Friday night, December 6th at 7:30, part of our Decade of Excellence show as we recap our coverage of Winston Cup racing in the last 10 years.
Jenkins, that's the oldest call I've ever heard.
Why did I get so excited?
I don't know.
I don't know why.
It was an exciting moment.
Yeah, it was.
Absolutely was.
Corona, Kenya, that was very, very exciting. The last lap at North Wilkesboro.
There's your leader of the Hardee's 500 here in Atlanta this afternoon, Mark Martin.
And the leader is pulling away from the second place car. Harry Inn, a little bit ago, was about a half a straightaway behind. He's almost a full quarter mile behind Mark Martin now.
And then about a half a straightaway behind Harry is Bill Elliott. Here's the interval. First.
And back at the very end of that pack is the 33 car.
Is along with Larry Pearson and Kenny Wallace. We urge you to stay tuned for the end of the race to see who wins
this particular event. We'll also, of course, have a conversation as we salute Dale Earnhardt, the Winston Cup champion. And then, as we go off the air, we urge you to stay with us as we salute the guys who work so hard on the other side of pit wall, preparing the cars and making them work well. Mike Powell, who's a tremendous country singer in addition to being a great help preparing a car, will give us a special music video. We sure hope that you'll be with us for that. Our field summary once again, see where your favorite driver is running in this final event of 1991.
We saw Mike Powell's car, Sterling Marlin, in 9th place. He's the gas man on that automobile, also truck driver, mechanic, and also a country singer, as Bob said.
And a very good one.
Very good one.
King back in 24th spot, Davey Allison, 25th.
Had it not been for that electrical problem he experienced, he'd still be in the thick of things.
Well, he passed Mark Martin. There's the leader, Mark Martin. Davey Allison passed him on the restart, and there he is. Davey Allison still in front of Mark Martin. So clearly has one of the fastest cars on the racetrack still.
Well, our philosophy here at ESPN, of course, is to cover as much of the action on the track as possible and to cover the exciting moments of the race. And we took a lot of commercial breaks while we were in our caution periods, and now that things are kind of settled down right here, we're going to make some commercial breaks so that we can be here for the closing laps and for those moments that will follow the actual completion of the race and the celebration of Dale Earnhardt winning his 5th Winston Cup championship. So we'll take a break and be back with more in just a moment.
Get a shot of that 4-car, Neil. We get a shot of that 4-car. We're talking about Tony's grandfather.
Oh yeah, we need to do these get wells here. Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch back at Atlanta Motor Speedway for the Hardee's 500, the curtain closer on the 1991 season for Winston Cup cars. At the moment, it is Mark Martin who is leading this race. Harry Gant running in second.
Bill Elliott is third, fourth is Ernie Irvin, and Dale Earnhardt fifth.
Mark Martin with the year that he's had, and it's not been a good year. Been so many disappointments for Mark Martin and the entire Folgers team. He has to feel awfully good right now, and I just hope that the car stays together. If he does lose, I hope that he loses on the racetrack, that it's not a mechanical problem, because if it is, he might go jump off a building someplace. The year he's had. Man, it's been tough.
This is his 11th start here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and his best finish was in March of 1990, a 5th. There's the number 4 car, driven by Ernie Irvin to the right of your screen, currently in 4th place. And we'd like to take this opportunity to wish a very big good get well to Tony Glover's grandfather, Tony the crew chief on this car. His grandfather, James Walter Gilliam, is ill in the hospital. Big Winston Cup fan, of course, and we wish him a very speedy recovery. A couple of other people that we'd like to say get well to. Jeannie Metcalf, who offers us so much assistance as far as timing and scoring is concerned on a Winston Cup telecast, is not with us today. She's not feeling well at home. And Kevin Nichols, one of our own crew members here at ESPN, had an appendicitis earlier in the weekend, and we wish him a recovery. Jerry Punch has more.
You know, it's got to be awfully tough for Tony Glover to be able to do his job, and he's doing an excellent job today, knowing that someone he's very close to, like his grandfather, suffered a heart attack just 48 hours ago up in Tennessee. And this gentleman, James Walter Gilliam, is a big race fan and a big ESPN fan, and he was asking the doctors to please let him watch today's race. He probably is watching right now, and for James, Tony will be on a charter plane headed back to Tennessee as soon as this race is over to be at your bedside. So we all at ESPN wish you a speedy recovery. Back upstairs.
All right, Jerry, and one other person we'd like to mention, Dave Campanella's son, Jerry. He's another one of our ESPN employees. His son, Jimmy, is under the weather, and we wish him a very speedy recovery. I know you're watching us, and get well very soon.
There's the third place car, Bill Elliott. Started on the pole. Thought he might make a move up towards the front, but it just hasn't been able to get back up there after he got a lap down. Now here's the green car right there, Brett Bodine down on the inside. Fellas, he has slowed the last 3 or 4 laps. He's been running on the low side of the racetrack. Apparently he has lost a cylinder on the Quaker State Buick and just trying to ride it out.
Yeah, we can see.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Might have been fatal right there. That big puff of smoke came away from that Buick. They'll change the boards next year. Brett Bodine and Kenny Bernstein and the whole crew will be switching to Fords for 1991.
And Ernie Elliott is going to be the engine builder for the 26 Quaker State team next year with their Fords.
Brett staying out there, although the smoke becomes more evident now from the back of the Quaker State Buick.
They've got to make more pit stops, don't they, Ned?
Yeah, they'll have at least one more stop to make.
There's the other green car, but this one is very much in contention. That is Harry Gant, and here's Jerry Punch.
Just answering your question about pit stops, guys, we would expect to see Mark Martin, our leader, come in at about 5 laps, around 275, 276. Dale Earnhardt will probably go to about 277 or 8. And remember, that should be their final scheduled stop. Now Mark Martin has radioed to his crew and said, guys, get ready. So he may come in even earlier. We're watching for the Folgers crew now getting ready on pit wall to bring the lead car in. Remember, mentioning the Earnhardt pit stop, this is their final time to make one more chassis adjustment. Earnhardt has still said the car is way too tight. He cannot stay with Mark Martin. Back upstairs.
So this last set of pit stops will be very crucial for some cars in their effort to pull off a victory. There's a good look at Mark Martin. Best finish this year at Pocono. He was second.
I'd say congratulations to Mark and Arlene. They're expecting a child January the 1st.
Here's some cars that are out of the race.
Boy, Bobby Hillin had a great run going in that Longhorns.
Boy, he did.
Car.
He led for a while. 10 cars have dropped out of competition.
Which means we still have 30 out there running.
We're told they're going to let Mark Martin make the call when he wants to come in, bring it on in. And I guess he's going to watch the fuel pressure gauge or something to determine when he's going to run out of fuel. Or if the car starts handling badly, then he would come into the pits.
Well, they're in the window now that he can go the rest of the way, so he doesn't have to worry about that too much.
And he has made a decision. He's bringing it in for the final pit stop of the afternoon. Let's go down to pit road.
Exactly, Bob Jenkins. Don't need to take any gambles now. They're still looking for win number 1 in 1991, and what a way to get it in the finale of the year. As Mark Martin brings the Folgers Ford down what should be their final pit stop of the 91 season. Steve Meal, Robin Pemberton making maybe his final pit stop for the Jack Brown team. Will go to work and change all 4 tires, clean the windshield, add at least 1 can, probably 2 cans of fuel. Will have to go about 53 laps from here on out. Right side tire zone, the jack is around on the left side, and here comes Pemberton, Meal and company, taking left side lug nuts off. Fresh Goodyear tires on, lug nuts going back on. They get ready, he's off the jack, he is down and away. 20.5 seconds.
Great pit stop.
Very good pit stop.
Fantastic pit stop with the pressure they had on to make a good pit stop. And there's Rick Mast blowing up down the front straightaway. He's been black flagged by NASCAR, but let's hope he doesn't put the oil down, because that would kill Mark Martin. He is a lap down now to some of the other cars.
Rick Mast was running 22nd when this problem developed. He has dropped well off the pace and taken the car to the inside.
Davey Allison has just made a pit stop. Bobby Hamilton, Richard Petty is in the pits as well, the STP Pontiac.
With Mark Martin coming in for a pit stop, the leader now becomes Harry Gant, but he will enter pit road soon for his final pit stop of the afternoon. We'll be right back.
They held him?
Held Richard, yeah. And then he can't get the car fired.
Yep.
Now he does, I think. Rick Ness couldn't get in his pits because Richard had rolled up there.
Here comes Earnhardt. Bodine. They got him too. Yeah. They got him. That was pretty obvious. Okay. Okay. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where routine pit stops are being made. Mark Martin, of course, made one. So did Dale Earnhardt. Bill Elliott is on pit road right now. However, the leader of the race, Harry Gant, has not. Now he also drops off the banking and comes toward his pit. Harry Gant relinquishes the lead to come in for his final gulp of fuel and some new tires. Jerry Punch is right there.
Well, Leo Jackson's crew now, they seem to be a little bit frustrated about something here in the pit. They did not want to see a car pit right behind Harry Gant, and Sterling Marlin has pulled in. Now Gant must pull in to be very careful not to go over the line. Gant gets the car stopped, and to go to work changing all 4 tires. Lug nuts off the left side. Andy Petrie, Charlie Preston, the Jackman, son of former late model sportsman star Bob Preston, looking around down to the left side of the car. Harry Gant taking a drink inside the car, as Mark Martin is now on the front stretch. He is coming by the start finish line, headed to turn 1. Lug nuts going back on, and the Skull Oldsmobile is away.
Martin now in turn number 2. Of course, he is up to full speed. Harry Gant will slowly build up his speed, entering turns 1 and 2. Ricky Rudd had the lead for a moment, but now he comes in, and boy, this is an important pit stop for Ricky Rudd. Remember, if he continues to run the way he is right now, he's going to finish second in the point standings. They'll take only right side tires, we hear. They want to get Rudd out as quickly as possible. Of course, he stayed out to lead a lap so that he could pick up those 5 bonus points that are also very helpful. 14.7 second pit stop. They did only change the right side tires, and Rudd pulls away.
Saw Walt Elk over and try to clean the windshield a little bit. Fortunately for all the drivers, it has become overcast here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and that sun problem going in turn 3 is not going to be as bad as normal.
Well, apparently they did not give Ricky Rudd the 5 bonus points for leading. Instead, Mark Martin got back to the line first. So, in any case, Rudd had a good pit stop.
Now he's about to go a lap down as Mark Martin moves around him going into turn 3. He goes from almost leading the race to about to go a lap down.
And there goes Mark Martin putting Ricky Rudd a lap down. And right in front of Mark Martin is Davey Allison.
Yeah, they made the pit stops at about the same time, and pretty equal pit stops as well, because they came in about that distance apart and went out the same way.
Mark Martin is in command of this race, as he has been in the second half, and could pick up his first win of the win this afternoon. Back in a moment.
Bob Martin a little bit, you know.
Yeah, his pit was north of them, or whatever direction that is.
He's pitting down there, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Waltrip?
Yeah.
Okay. We got 8 cars on the lead lap, right?
Here they come for the white flag. One more lap to go, and Allison has a slight advantage on Jarrett as they hit for turn number 1.
But remember, Dale's been going well on the inside. He doesn't have the right line no more.
Davey Allison keeps his car in the middle of the racetrack. Dale Jarrett's car is on the low side. Off the 18 degrees of banking, they go down on 5 degrees of banking, and Dale Jarrett wiggles a little bit as they come out of the second corner. They bump, they touch, they rub, going down the backstretch, side by side, wheel to wheel. Who is it going to be in the Champions Park Club 400? Jarrett has the slight advantage as they go into the third and fourth corners. Davey Allison battles back on the outside. It's going to be a photo finish. They touch coming down through the tri-oval at the line. Who wins it? I believe
Relive the decade of excellence. ESPN's coverage of Winston Cup racing, Friday, December 6th at 7:30. Ned, you're a little more calm now than you were when Dale took the checker flag.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'll tell you, every time I see that, Bob, I wonder if he's still going to do it.
Well, it was certainly one of the most memorable moments of 1991 for me, and possibly of all time here on ESPN. That was at Michigan, of course, earlier this year when Dale Jarrett won his first Winston Cup race. Field summary for you again, 289 laps complete out of 328. Well, guys, can Mark Martin hang on here? He looks pretty strong, doesn't he?
He looks awfully strong. I don't think that he's gaining on Harry Gant and some of the other cars right now, but I don't think he's trying to gain on them right now.
No, he has a good enough lead now that he doesn't need to just push it all out. He can just sit there and ride in a good, comfortable position.
While we watch Mark Martin, we'd like to salute the Phillips 66 people. In-car cameras are so much a part of coverage of Winston Cup racing these days, and the Phillips 66 people have been so cooperative with us. They've carried the camera for every race this year. Now they're out of the event right now with Randy LaJoie, but I know that they have great hopes for 1992. And our thanks to the Citgo people. They have also been with us on many of our races. Dale Jarrett has carried that camera for us, not only inside the car, but on top of the car. And we thank them also for their support and in-car camera coverage of our races. Jerry Punch is with Robin Pemberton.
We mentioned about what an emotional day it was with a lot of drivers moving on to different teams next year. Robin, after 4 years here with the Roush team, this is your final race. It has to give you a boost knowing that the car is running so well to be able to go out on top.
Yeah, this is just an example of this race team. I mean, it's a great race team. They never quit, never say die. I wish them well next year and hope that I can be the biggest thorn in their side that they'll ever have next year.
It's got to be like losing part of your family. You and Steve Mill have been like brothers for a number of years.
Yeah, Steve and I have been real close, and we're still close. This is a good relationship between Jack and Steve and myself, and it's going to remain that way even though I'm going to another team. This is just one big family, and not just this race team, but all the teams combined.
It looks like your driver, Mark Martin, has got it pretty well covered.
Yeah, he's having a little fun out there right now. You should listen to him on the radio. If everything goes all right, it should be an emotional victory lane.
Indeed, he's trying to hold back the emotion right now. They have been choking it back all afternoon here in the Jack Roush pits. Robin Pemberton's last race here in this crew. Back to the
Martin is the leader at the moment, and we are nearing the 300 lap mark. I'll show you an interval between first and second position. Second place car remains Harry Gant.
There he comes.
There he is.
Pretty far behind.
Yep.
And fellas, you know, how long has it been since they made green flag pit stops? Darrell Waltrip is just now making his. He had gotten back in the lead lap, so he takes on right side tires and gets back out there. But that is the second place car right there, Harry Gant.
Ever see Chad's little motion to Harry Gant? Says go on the inside because I'm going up high. Harry Gant goes on the inside.
Chad's in 24th position. While we're doing thank yous, the NASCAR people are always very cooperative with us, and we thank them for their support, as Ernie Irvin also passes Chad Little, Bill France Jr., Dick Beatty, Les Richter, Chip Williams, David Hoops, Jim Hunter, Morris Metcalf, and of course Jeannie. Thank you to your help in the 1991 racing season. Ernie Irvin, boy, he started things off with a bang at Daytona, winning the 500.
There he just blows by Ricky Rudd in that Tide Chevrolet.
But it's been a great season for Ricky Rudd, as he was in contention for the championship until the Phoenix event. And not only did he drop from contention to the championship, but he dropped to third in the point standings. However, it appears as if he will finish second in the standings because of Davey Allison's problem earlier in the race. But he's still got to finish, and we've still got 32 laps to go.
He's currently running 9th in the field today, and the 28 car of Davey Allison is 21st.
Bill Elliott had high hopes coming into this race today, winning the pole by more than a mile an hour over Jeff Bodine, hoping to take home that Unocal money, but Bill Elliott is currently in the 4th spot.
He's not too far behind Ernie Irvin and Harry Gant. Irvin is moving in a little bit closer on Harry Gant.
Announced as the mechanic of the race, and he's down with Jerry Punch. Jerry?
Thank you, Benny. Steve, congratulations on being chosen the mechanic of the race. You certainly have done a whale of a job here today.
Well, it's not got a whole lot to do with me. All these boys work real hard on the race car. We stressed the motor a whole lot today. We worked real hard to get the, we needed to win this last race, and we haven't done that yet. I don't want anybody to think we have, but we're real proud of what's happened so far.
You guys are really going to try to go out on top. Look at the extra effort put in by Robin Pemberton and all the crew. Now, losing Robin this year looks like losing a part of the family.
Yeah, me and Robin have been like brothers since about 1967, and it's not like he's going away. It's a real small crowd we operate in here in Winston Cup racing. So I'll see him about as much as I ever did, but I will miss being with him all the time.
Now, Robin said a minute ago he wants to be the biggest thorn in your side in 1992. He's got a lot of talent. He just might do it.
He's awful tough. He learned real well. Gary Nelson's laid a good groundwork over there on that car. I'm real nervous about trying to beat Robin, but I got to beat a bunch of people too. So we'll have a lot of fun. We'll race each other to death.
Steve Bill, the mechanic of the race, and the team manager for the Jack Roush Folgers Ford, but currently right now is 28 laps away from their first win in 1991. Back upstairs.
And of course, the mechanic of the race award is sponsored by the Western Auto people, and we thank them for their participation in the series and for their help in our televised events. Mark Martin, the leader of the Hardee's 500, with now just 28 laps remaining. We'll be right back.
If we come back with a shot of the condos or something, maybe we could at that point in time do it.
For the new grandstand. ESPN Speed World live coverage of the Hardee's 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway near Hampton, Georgia. Now just 26 laps away from the finish with Mark Martin in the lead. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Hardee's. By Budweiser, the king of beers with that clean, crisp, cold taste. Nothing beats a Bud. And by Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. Oh, here's a battle for position. Ernie Irvin and Harry Gant.
Ernie has just taken over that second spot from Harry Gant. Ernie showed that strength earlier on in the middle of the race, didn't run that well, and now Ned, he's come back to run strong at the end.
After this last pit stop, he just kept inching up on Gant, just a little bit, a lap at a time, and now he's taking over the position. And look here, Bill Elliott closing in on both of those drivers. We mentioned not too long ago that Elliott wasn't far behind Ernie Irvin, who at that time was running in third place, now has moved to second, but Elliott moving closer on both of them.
Yeah, you talk about emotional time. We talked about Robin Pemberton, how emotional it was going to be because this is his last race for the 6 car. This is the last race for Bill Elliott in that 9 car. You know, this is going to be very emotional.
But younger brother Phil, who'll take over the controls of that Melling car next year, has to have great expectations and hopes. And for those of you who were with us yesterday for the ARCA race, know that Phil experienced a very bad-looking crash near the end of the event, but I guess he's okay.
He's okay. We saw him in the Mellon pits earlier in the day. You know, we saw those condos a little bit ago. We talked about owner Bruce Smith and what he's done. I think we ought to give a call for Bob Martin, the president and general manager of the racetrack here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Somebody's got to get all this stuff done, and Bob has done a super job in getting the racetrack ready for the event today, the Hardee 500.
Well, our last field summary for you here. Look for these next year to be a very big part and a regular part of our telecast. We know that from the mail that we get and the calls that we get that this is what you people want to see the most. You want to know where a particular driver is running in the race, regardless of whether we can show him on the screen. You want to be up to date on who's running where, and this is a system that we've been working on for what, about 5 or 6 years, and we finally got to the point where we can show you who is running where at this very moment, not counting, of course, what we're seeing right now when cars do pass each other, but this is as up-to-date as information as you can possibly get, and we try to give it to you every 15 minutes or so.
I'll tell you what, this race for second place is warming up.
Yeah, it is. That's second, third, and fourth right there together. Irvin, Gant, and Elliott.
Elliott just moving closer and closer as Richard Petty came back in. He was in a little while ago, but had to come in for just a top off of fuel in the ST Pontiac, I guess. Didn't quite get enough in it when they made their regular pit stop.
This is second, third, and fourth. Mark Martin has almost an 11-second lead. And it appears as if Chevy is going to win the Manufacturers' Championship. That was sort of decided before we came into this race, but if something were to happen where Ford would win and all the other makes finish between Ford and Chevy, then Ford would have won the championship. Because we have a Chevy running in second position right now, it appears as if Chevy will win the Manufacturers' Championship again.
How many years in a row is that? 12, 10. How many years has Chevy won the championship?
Been a bunch.
10 in a row.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now Irvin drives up on some slower traffic. That's the 47 car driven by Greg Sachs.
And here comes Harry Gant. They're closing up around the bumper.
And Bill Elliott closing right up on both of them.
Bill looked on the inside of Harry Gant going down in that corner.
He's still looking to the inside. Harry lets the car drift a little bit.
Clean racetrack. Ernie Irvin pulled out to a 5 or 6 car length advantage over Harry. They go about 170 miles an hour, building up to about 180 at the end of the straightaway. And Greg Sachs, the 47 car they just passed, is blown upward and slow going down in turn 1.
And Benny was running 8th place, having a good run here today for Greg Sachs. Best run we've seen that car have in quite a while. A very close car. Too bad to see him have a problem here so near the end of the race.
There he is down on the apron of the racetrack, headed for the pits.
He's coming off turn 2. I don't know if he's going to make it back. Hopefully he will.
I think the car just totally quit on him.
Now Elliott makes a bid on Harry Gant.
Yep, he has some running room down on the inside. Gant gives him plenty of room.
This is for third. Gant comes back on the outside, however.
And the 49 car, Stanley Smith, is on the inside. He's going to get in Bill's way, but no, Bill already can go up in front of Harry again. But does he know that? Well, Harry almost lost the car going in turn 3.
So that gives Bill all the operating room that he needs.
I think the 47 car, Greg Sachs, is going to be able to coast around. He will be making back to the pit area.
By the way, just to correct something that we discussed moments ago, this is the 9th straight year that Chevy will have won the manufacturer's title. Buick won it in 81 and 82. While that goes on, Mark Martin continues to just have his way with the Sunday drive.
Young man has to be thrilled to death with just the possibility that victory is about 14 laps away.
The Motorcraft balloon hovers over Atlanta Motor Speedway. They're watching their driver, Morgan Shepherd, the winner of the race last year, continue to run in 5th spot.
He's running 6th right now. Dale Earnhardt is a 5th place runner.
Our computer scoring there has left Earnhardt off of it momentarily, but he's still out there.
Passing Bobby Hamilton. And there is Earnhardt. He is still in the race, running 5th. And Jerry Punch is with Richard Childress.
Indeed, a very proud man. Richard Childress, congratulations. Dale Earnhardt's 5th Winston Cup title. Now, 4 of those have come with you.
Yeah, you know, it feels great to win it, you know, and, you know, we was hoping to run a little better in the race. We're just a little too tight now, but, you know, it's Dale's 5th championship and his 4th with us, and hope we'll get a few more together.
Now, you've been together 7 years, and you've won 4 titles. What about the future? What's down the road between you and Dale? How many more years?
Well, you know, we got 2 more years. The GM Goodrich is our sponsor, and hopefully we win them 2 more championships. You know, we just want to keep winning and keep doing as good as we can.
One of the reasons these crews work so hard is every year you win a championship, you take the crew, their wives, everyone in New York City, they have a whole week up there touring the city, and these guys really enjoy it.
Yeah, you know, it's an extra incentive for all those guys and their wives. You know, the wives have to put out a lot extra, you know, with them being gone a whole lot, so it's good to let them feel they're a part of the winning the championship.
Richard Childress and this Goodrich crew getting set to make a presentation at the Waldorf Astoria on ESPN for that championship trophy. Back upstairs.
The next time we see Richard Childress, he'll be in tuxedo at the Waldorf Astoria, live on ESPN at 8:30 Friday night, December the 6th. Just a little more than 7 laps to go, and that's 1.5-mile track here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and the race will be won by Mark Martin. And Dale Earnhardt will officially begin to celebrate his 5th Winston Cup championship. Average speed of the race has moved back up to 134.841.
As we watch Mark Martin go down the back straight with the 7 laps to go, Derek Cope in the Purelator Chevrolet is blown an engine or whatever and is coasting on the apron of the racetrack towards the pits.
And there's a driver that you can bet kind of is glad that 1991 is over. It hasn't been nearly as successful a season as Derek had hoped. He looks forward to better things in 1992.
He was in 12th position here this near the end of the race.
Mark Martin goes to the inside of Ricky Rudd, puts a lap on him, another lap on him. And
the 28 car, Davey Allison, they were racing for second place at the point standings, blew right by Rudd, but Davey had an electrical problem, had to change the battery and some wiring, and did get 7 laps down. I think he's now about 4 down, but
there's 4 down in 18th position.
So the points would be, if they finish the way they are right now, with Davey in 18th and Rudd in 9th position, Rudd would have 4,100 and Davey 4,085, which would give Rudd second place by 15 points and $105,000. That is more than the third place. Closest battle on the racetrack is this one for second position. Ernie Irvan has it right now with Elliott, Bill Elliott in third.
Bill has almost caught him. About to run out of time.
And nothing happens to Mark Martin, though. That Unical bonus will carry over to the Daytona 500 next year.
Well, put that money in the bank and let it earn interest and put it back on the market at Daytona.
Dave Allison pulling right on the back bumper of Morgan Shepherd as they go down in turn 1. And the Mark Martin, our leader, is somewhere behind that 28 car.
There he is.
We've been behind that 28 car for a long time this afternoon, fellas. Just keeping him in sight.
2 more laps to go, and Mark hits the line. 2 to go.
You know, he doesn't have to run too hard right now.
Now Mark Martin is right behind Morgan.
Just take it easy, Mark.
As a record crowd has turned out here at Atlanta today to watch the final race of the 91 season, and we're glad that you could join us as we conclude our coverage of this season.
With Morgan Shepherd off the gas, back on the throttle. Coming off turn 4 for the white flag. Mark Martin comes down and Doyle Ford has the flag in hand.
1 more lap to go for Mark Martin, who a year ago at this time lost out in his bid to win the Winston Cup. And when the season began, everyone thought that the Jack Roush team and Mark Martin would be a serious contender for the Winston Cup in 1991. But it hasn't happened that way. Mark came into this race today 6th in the Winston Cup points without a victory. He is, however, now within about a half a lap, less than that, a quarter of a lap from his first win of 1991. Here he comes off the corner. The checkered flag waves, and Mark Martin wins the Hardee's 500. Now here's the battle for second position as they come to the line. Ernie Irvan and Bill Elliott. Elliott pulls alongside. It's Irvan, however, at the line, finishing second. There's the Jack Roush crew celebrating Mark Martin's victory here in Atlanta today.
I talked to Jack Roush, the owner of this car, down in the garage area this morning, and he said, we desperately want to win this race today. Of course, there were a lot of other people that did, but I don't think there was anyone who wanted to win it more than this team.
And he has done it. Mark Martin pulls out a victory and makes it the first win of 1991 in the very last race of the season. And of course, the 1991 Winston Cup champion who clinched that long ago, Dale Earnhardt. We'll be back to talk with both of them in a moment.
We're a minute away from
4 points. Yes, by 4 points.
Yeah, give me one of those right here. Give me a thumbs up right here.
How much time? $20 seconds. We'll be back in 20 seconds. Yeah, he's going to do that. Yeah. Okay, Dale, anytime. Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Raceway. Just about to step out of the car is the 1991 NASCAR Winston Cup champion, Dale Earnhardt. As he climbs out and pats that Goodrich Chevrolet. Behind him here, Wade Robertson, Senior Vice President of R.J. Reynolds, Sports Marketing. Dale, congratulations on championship number 5.
I'd like to thank R.J. Reynolds. You know, they keep putting that up there, and we keep working to try to win it. This Goodrich Chevrolet racing team is after them championships. They've been consistent in racing for them, and this is a little bit off year for us, but still it's a great year for us to win a championship. And, you know, we're tickled to death. Richard and all the guys and everybody back home, you know, thanks for the help this year. It's been a great year for us.
Now, you struggled early in the year. Did you ever have your doubts that you might not be able to get back here on that stage at the Waldorf?
Well, you never know. You just do it race to race, and that's what we've been doing here lately. We had the car just right. About middle ways of the race, but then it got tight, and I got a little off, and Mark and them got better, and they got away from me. So it's just one of them days we was just a little off. We got beat.
Well, they got beat here in the battle, but he won the war. The 1991 Winston Cup champion. He get that $1 million coming up in a couple of weeks. Let's go in and see another driver who's got to be awfully happy, standing by with John Kernan.
Jerry, if you could only see the smile on Mark Martin's face. And Mark, you guys, great pit stops today. The car just worked well all day long.
Yeah, the longer it ran, the better it got. You know, I got a lot of things to say here. First of all, I really wish Arlene could have been here to celebrate in this. You know, she stood behind the hard times. She really knows what it's like to go through what we've gone through. And, you know, I really wish she could have been here. It's really a special way to end it here with Folgers, you know, to end the season with their colors and get this win for them. And like I said before, there's nobody here that deserves to win more than Jack Roush and Steve Mill. And it's a way to end it here with Robin and everything. And I just couldn't be happier. We've got an awful lot to look forward to. This is really, honestly, what I live for. I mean, what we did there, the last 50 laps, or last 150 laps of that race, I mean, that's everything to me. And I know it is to Jack Roush, and it is to Steve, too. And all the guys put their heart into this thing, and it was our turn today.
There you have it, Mark Martin, the winner today. First win since last year at North Wilkesboro.
Congratulations to Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt. Well, pit road is now becoming rather vacant as the celebration is on in victory lane, and Dale Earnhardt makes his victory lap around this racetrack. The men who work behind the scenes are putting the equipment away, and as we conclude another year of Winston Cup racing, we depart from our normal salute to the season and the drivers. ESPN, in cooperation with Richard Carpenter Publications and Polygram Island Publishing, and Mike Powell, who is a longtime crew member, who's also a very fine country singer, salute in this music video the men behind the wheel.
Start our day before sunrise. Gotta make sure she's running right. We sand her down and spray on the paint. Put the number on and the sponsor's name. Running for the Winston Cup. We gotta get ready, Daytona time. Well, we're a different breed, that's what they say. We live drives in the fast lane. We hardly ever make headlines, but we know all the tricks for the fastest time. When the tires are hot and he brings her in, fuel and full, we get him out again. We're the men behind the wheel, the hands that build those raging horses made of steel. We're the ones behind the wall, keep him running through it all. We're the men behind the wheel. When the race is over and the crowd is gone, we got work to do before we go home. Drivers giving interviews.
Great man, and you know, it's hard to.
We're loading the car, the tires and tools. Drive home to Charlotte, lose or win, back to the shop, start over again. We're the men behind the wheel, the hands that build those raging horses made of steel. We're the ones behind the wall, keep them running through it all. We're the men behind the wheel. We're the men behind the wheel, the hands that build those raging horses made of steel. We're the ones behind the wall, keep them running through it all. We're the men behind the wheel. We're the men behind the wheel.
We salute all of the men behind the wheels for their hard work and dedication in helping make Winston Cup racing what it is today. Work just beginning for some of them, at least the work isn't over quite yet. It is over for Dale Earnhardt, who is on his victory lap. Well, let's take a look at the final point standings. Dale Earnhardt, of course, wins the Winston Cup for a 5th time, and look at that tremendous second-place battle between Rudd and Allison. That Rudd won by just 4 markers. Harry Gant finishes 4th in the point standings, and Ernie Irvin, who started off the season on top of the point standings, winning at Daytona, ends in 5th position. In 6th, Mark Martin, the winner of today's race, then Sterling Marlin, Darrell Waltrip, Ken Schrader, and 10th was Rusty Wallace.
Rusty was lucky to hang on to 10th. Bill Elliott just a little bit too far behind, because Elliott had a great run going today. Finished 3rd, just a little bit short.
And Morgan Shepherd coming in there in 12th place. There's the 16th through 20th. Dale Jarrett 17th, Hus Strickland 16th, Terry Labonte, Brett Bodine, and Rick Mast did hold on to 20th position.
Guys, thank you. It's been fun this year. We'll do it again next year, we hope, huh?
It's been a great year. Certainly look forward to it.
Dale Earnhardt saluting the crowd that salutes him on being the champion of the 1991 Winston Cup season. Don't forget the game tonight between the Browns and the Oilers at 8 o'clock. From all of us here at ESPN, we thank the NASCAR officials, the track owners, the promoters, and personnel in making our telecast possible. Most of all, we thank you, the race fan, because without you, there would be no Winston Cup Series. There would be no racing. Until we meet again for another ESPN Speed World telecast in 1992, we wish you happy holidays and a very safe winter. Congratulations to Mark Martin, winner of today's race, and to Dale Earnhardt, the champion. For Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, Dr. Jerry Punch, and John Kernan, this is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you. Thanks, Ned.
Ned.
Thank you.
Lynn, thanks. I appreciate you.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Yeah, that's right.
You ready for me? Okay. You're watching highlights of the Hardee's 500, the final race of the 1991 Winston Cup season from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Let's move ahead now in our coverage. We move ahead in our coverage of the Hardee's 500, the final Winston Cup race of 1991 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. From Atlanta Motor Speedway near Hampton, Georgia, you're watching highlights of the final Winston Cup race of 1991, the Hardee's 500. Let's move ahead now in our coverage.